All right, we ready?
Yep, whenever you guys are ready.
All right. Thank you, Teacher Councilman, for allowing us to present our idea for the future of San Diego. We have titled it The Continuous Neighborhood. To begin, we will read a portion of our manifesto for the future.
Oh, I'm sorry, my mic was off. I'm sorry, guys. This written draft is meant for all eyes to fall upon it, a manifesto for the future of man. Within our 10 points to be considered and debated, an argument is to be had and ideas to be challenged. Only through this rigorous process of rationalization and deliberation can we act with purpose. In addressing the inevitable increase in global population, we propose a radical solution, an intentional disruption in the status quo.
We reject the idea that the ultimate end of architecture is the skyscraper. We reject the privatization of the interstate system. We reject the mass ownership of land being monopolized by the elite, unabashed by constitutional law, whether for private corporations or the government. We reject the standardization of living caused by a system of resistance to urban sprawl. We reject the division of cities by freeways.
We proclaim that urban sprawl is a moral good, allowing mankind to spread to gain independence. We proclaim the airspace above the freeways at an elevation which allows for the introduction of future public transportation methods. We proclaim a union between the autocentric and the humanistic. We proclaim a multi-tiered zoning system for the airspace over and under the freeways in San Diego County. We proclaim a carbon dioxide removal CDR system be installed throughout the freeway.
Our proposal for the city and county of San Diego is to raise the freeways using our proposed raised highway system to lift the highways in San Diego and create a tiered system of aerial zones based upon airspace and level above grade.
We believe that the county should be allowed for the space underneath to be developed as a high-density residential land to meet the projected 700,000 living units the county would need by 2050.
To meet the environmental needs of these units, we also propose that the airspace above the highway be rezoned as park space to be developed along with the area underneath the highway.
This distribution of residential will allow the highways to create a field condition across our county.
Creating a residential highway zone, a new residential or new designation specifically for the land underneath the highway. It is a high-density mixed-use zone with an emphasis on residential units.
The raised highway system will be raised to a certain height, between 40 and 50 feet, and will be a border between aerial zones. The airspace above will be rezoned to OP21, and the space below will be rezoned to RH11.
This chart shows the regulations that the RH zone will adhere to. Notice that density and FAR are increased and setbacks are reduced.
This diagram shows the allowable depth that will be assigned to the newly created lots. The depth of a lot will be 110% of the highway width, centered on the highway.
Now this diagram shows the breakdown of units for the aerial zones. The RH11 zone will extend vertically from the ground to a 5-foot setback from the bottom of the highway. And the OP21 zone will begin after a 20-foot vertical easement from the highway surface.
This diagram shows the required porosity in these buildings. Porosity is a percentage of elevation that must remain void through the depth of the lot. The porosity factor for this is 25%.
And without further ado, our animation.
Biking, I'm biking slow mo. Maybe the four will exciting us move. I'm cold while the temperatures dip below 70. I cannot be blurred around LA coast. The diamonds is plural, the Tiffany brooch. On my lapel at the table, I'm giving a toast.
Raptors hover over a withered cup, but there is scent of
Thank you.
All right. We're speechless.
Yeah. Guys, I gotta say that animation, you knocked it out of the park. That was great. Like,
That was rad. Yeah, that was a pleasant surprise. But
Thank you.
I mean, even to the point, I think someone built the physical model here, huh?
yeah, that was,
Yeah.
that was cool. That was cool. Well done, guys.
Thank you. Any questions?
I don't know.
Time.
I'm a little speechless right now.
Yeah. Do
We can
have
go
to
over
talk,
it later. We
do we have
can
to
go
talk
over it
about
later.
this?
I thought both parts of the presentation. I thought your informational stuff and your project stuff, and then I was sort of blown away by the animation.
Yeah.
yeah, it was extremely low tech, but the amount of like craft and time that
Hey.
must have taken. I mean,
That's
no,
new
that's the
GoPro.
best part about it.
That's
new
a compliment,
GoPro,
by
right?
the way.
I think it would have been, I think had you had the ability to go outside and film more things, wouldn't have worked in your favor.
I agree, actually. I agree.
Yeah, it was really well done.
Being stuck inside, like, forced that kind of thing, you know?
Did you guys know you wanted to do that style of stop animation the whole time, even during storyboard, or did that just come?
Well, no, initially we had we wanted to do an actual animation, and we actually have like a good amount of it going. Jose's almost done with it. Well, it'll be done probably today. So that one's almost finished up too, which that one's a drawn out version. Similar thing, but we were just gonna use like the people as like myself and my friend like for the people, but we wanted to draw everything in and do it like drawn, but like time constraint kind of started making it look like, you know what, maybe it wasn't going to be possible with all the things we wanted to do in it. And then Brandon had shown us like this video. Actually, I you know, stop animation is awesome, you know. And then Brandon showed us a video, and I was like, you know what, that's a sign right there. We got to do it. So Brandon teed it up, and we just followed through.
Was the animation filmed in one house, or did you guys share that task, or whose bedroom was that shot from?
That's in my garage. We did it in like 18 hours.
Yeah, Christian pretty much handled all the technical aspects of the animation.
Because yeah, initially we were doing the whole drawn out one, and then like I said, time was just catching up, and I just didn't see it being fully finished, and then being long enough also. So I was like, you know what, I have equipment here, I have cardboard. I'll just tell the story the same way, you know. So
Yeah,
and then my friend and a friend came over, and it would have been impossible without her.
I guess I gotta find something to say about critical, right? So the only thing I kind of have a comment on is, to me, there's maybe a subtle disconnect between some of the manifesto items and your vision. I feel like the video told a story of the freeway, but I feel like some of the manifesto stuff, sort of this pro suburbia language, doesn't line up with doesn't align. It seems like. Can you guys go into that a little bit?
I guess the way we see it is like the continuous neighborhood is like the endless suburbia, is kind of how we're seeing it, because they're not exactly high-rise buildings at the end of the day. They're low-rise, and then they have that whole park feature up top, and just the way it's designed to not exactly be a city, and for each individual person to have a little bit more of their individual space. So we liken that a little bit more to like suburbia. So that's kind of what we're saying. And it existing where all the freeways are, we were thinking, you know, like the 5 freeway, it goes all the way into Canada. How awesome would it be to live in the same building as like some Canadians, you know? You walk down the long hall, you know, and you make it all the way up. But we just see it like that, you know, the endless, like these systems of getting you around are also livable. So
yeah, and the way we look at urban sprawl isn't necessarily either people are living on top of each other in Manhattan, or we have 1950s, you know, perfect plain suburbs. You know, we kind of have a new vision of urban sprawl where it can be this kind of higher density because we got to get more people in here, but they're going to be spread throughout, because that's what we see is that's kind of the nature of at least San Diego. We're over a huge amount of space, and we've got 3 million people. So the urban sprawl isn't technically, you know, pro this kind of original vision of suburbia that people have as urban sprawl. It's more of a new type of urban sprawl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think first of all, I think a well crafted presentation. I can tell that it was rehearsed and sort of structured. So props to you guys. Maybe on the project in itself, from a city council standpoint, I think things that would maybe stand out will be questions such as, do you see this as primarily a retrofit project to existing infrastructure, or is this also, if there is a need for new planned connections that are, you know, require freeways, that you would actually build this from the beginning?
Well, if anyone else wants to jump in, I have a answer for that also. But okay, my response to that is I see it as just like the way roads kind of dictate what lies around it. We see that as like the new way forward. So if you're going to be building out to a certain area, that highway should be lifted. It should be built beneath this housing. So it should be all it should be the way forward. As far as retrofitting, we do see it as being, I mean, there's so much of the land already that exists that should be this way that isn't being used properly. It's being misused. So, or being underutilized actually too. So we want to be able to make sure we maximize that space.
Because I think the statement of like the from San Isidro all the way up to Canada, right? Like as the 5 freeway, for example, if you just look at maybe an analysis of how much of that is actually elevated, right? So if you go through Camp Pendleton, what would your zoning do if, let's say, it's not applicable, or it only adheres to when the existing freeway is already elevated? It might be worth looking into. It's like, the total like 3,000 mile stretch, it will constitute perhaps only 100 miles. I mean, only, right?
Although we did originally look at it as a retrofit where we take our freeways and our highways and we will actively go back, lift them, and create this underused space. Because, I mean, the genesis of the idea was how much wasted space is there. Yeah. And I did a really rough analysis, and I found the 5 freeways constitute about 65 million square feet that could be recovered land.
The freeways on the West Coast, or
San Diego County? I did the 5.
Just the county.
5,
just
15,
the county?
Yeah, 5, 15, 805, 163, and the 8. 65 million square feet.
I think you're onto something. If you can quantify that into building units, perhaps you could start pitching densities now that you know freeway square footage. So perhaps it would be an update to your manifesto now that you have such a specific vision in mind, which I like.
Yeah.
We were looking at studios at about really small, like 200 or 200 to 150, and that's.
Well, I don't think it has to be just studios. I think you can offer a variety of unit types, but at least you have a square footage of freeway to work with.
Yeah, and I guess at a maximum it would be like 400,000 or 500,000 units at the maximum density that San Diego currently allows.
So maybe just like a follow-up now that we're thinking like kind of big picture with this, and I think you're providing enough material to go there, and that will be if we look at your zoning proposal as a kind of a 3-tiered kind of zoning layer. Did you ever consider like sort of inverting it or shuffling, let's say the OP and the freeway and the housing? Or is there a clear vision that you say it always has to happen underneath the freeway? Could you build housing, let's say, over it?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Do you see me, or like that the open plan could be on top of the actual housing, or is it always in that striation?
Something to consider.
That's definitely something we should consider. I mean, we initially had planned it being that you could have housing, that it was going to be kind of interchangeable. But then we ended up kind of just sticking to having a park on top and then the road and having in that, like in that order.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely something we can like revise and update.
Well, I think it would respond to certain scenarios based on if it was cutting through a city or cutting through depending on what the freeway was doing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think. Go ahead.
I just want to say we did write into the code that there is, at least in the specific code that we wrote, there are options for use permits to dictate changes to the general everything, heights, everything could be switched around and stuff. We added conditional use permits for that.
Conditional, yeah, okay.
Conditional use permit.
Yeah, careful if it's too open, right? Then anything goes. But I think you're making a strong case for a very direct and kind of like it's got to be like this because these are the intended benefits.
I think, another important exercise as you expand on this would be to figure out how this might be phased. right? Because I think if it was attached to existing infrastructure, logistically it gets really intense versus if it was a new raised freeway, you could have it adjacent and it could be segmented, which actually I think would be really interesting over the next 20 years to have these like housing projects on the side of the freeway as they're being built. But I feel like I need to add that because I think that would be an important thing. If you were to say present this, they would be, okay, how would we actually achieve this in the next 20 years? But I mean, I love the idea.
Well, and we would reply, we got to be radical to fix the problem, right?
Couple thoughts real quick. How much time do we have on this, guys? Do we know?
So we got like 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just so yeah, thanks. I mean, really appreciate this presentation. I think it's incredibly professional. It probably hits all of the bullet points that we were looking for. Of course, the craftsmanship is evident, has been evident in your guys' work the entire quarter. So really looking forward to seeing how this kind of terminates in the end. A couple of things I'm wondering if you can help me. One thing I don't know, this is just a thought, and I don't know if it's useful or not, but one thing that's really obvious is, there is an enclosure that's created by the highway, and it's that's the whole point, I guess, right? Is there's a volumetric enclosure that is created by this void of this kind of elevated highway. It would be an interesting, if you just wanted to go, I don't know if there's even time, honestly, in this quarter for it, but maybe for thesis level or whatever, is like these different kind of structures that hold the highway up, these different kinds of members, forms, things like that, which need to be considered in terms of the way we attach to them and bolt onto them or whatever, or navigate them more so. So that would be one thing to keep in mind. Is it'd be really cool to see kind of an index of not just the highway types, but the kind of the type of members that hold those things up as a structural kind of feature. What does that mean for your project? And then I can't remember, the only other question I had was, so the one thing that I don't understand yet is there's still transportation, right?
Yes.
But we know that it doesn't occur on the surface as you have it now, because on the surface that's an open zone. So how do you justify? Okay, you already have a surface where transportation was designed to be. How do you justify putting transportation below it or wherever, assuming that there is still transportation? What are your thoughts on that?
Could I share my screen really quickly just to share a slide that we have?
We got 2 more minutes for the next group, so.
Okay.
That's fine. I'm just curious. I just can't remember your guys' that strategy.
Well, it was, so there's the housing zone, and then there's a 5-foot setback up to the actual freeway itself. So there would be the freeway infrastructure, and then from there up is a 20-foot easement so that's the freeway zone. And then on top of that easement, there begins a park zone. So the transportation is sandwiched between a floating park zone in the air and the housing zone from the ground to the bottom of the freeway.
Oh, okay. So you're extending above the highway. So you're keeping the highway as a transportation zone.
Yes.
And you're extending upward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then we're allowing for that and we want to leave that space for like the future of transportation also, just because same thing what you're saying, cars might not be the end all result, but there will be some way to get from A to B, and we feel if we have that whole unit, it'd be a good system to build on.
All right, we got 1 minute, so I think we got to wrap up. And Brandon, your son's asleep. That's amazing.
Yeah, right. You just
Got it.
all this talk about easements and zoning, it knocks them right out.
When you guys look at this section closer, or if you advance it and you're planning for a future transportation still, I would consider a spot for a rail, like a high-speed rail.
Yeah.
If you're going to build this dance along this infrastructure, let's say that plan for a rail.
We're trying to get Elon to put the Hyperloop up top, you know?
I got his phone number. I'll text it to you.
All right. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
And a gondola.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gondolas.
exactly.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, you guys.
Nice work,
Thanks, guys. That was rad.
Good job.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
So we're moving into Funtown territory.
Yeah,
Funtown.
I'll just be sharing my screen.
Okay.
And I'm ready when you are, Daisy.
Alrighty. So this is our 2050 vision for suburbia. San Diego County currently needs almost 153,000 affordable homes by 2050. Today we are challenged with forming communities that can account for housing crisis, but also maintain the sense of community that exists in these suburbs. To understand the changes we have made, we first have to explain suburbia today. What we consider to be the suburbs today is densely packed. There are private properties and usually secluded from the urban cities, environments idle for families.
The site we worked on was the ideal site that defined suburbs in San Diego. The current base zone for this site is RS1-7, which account primarily for private residential neighborhoods. The field conditions we had to consider in our redesign was the built matter and the circulation on the site.
So for the manifestos, we wanted to introduce commercial services and small retail shops to include easy access of resources for our community. Since we're adding density to an already dense area, it was important for us to create a shared space to try to alleviate the density. We accept the idea of flexible architecture by adding apartment type units into the suburban environment. Stylistically, we reject uniformity in the design of each home, but also strive to maintain a common style throughout the neighborhood. When we think about multi-unit dwelling, it's common to think rectangular forms that stand side by side, but with our proposal, we reject these forms and accept more dimension and depth in our design.
We had to think about how we can approach the housing crisis and incorporate density into this area without disturbing the suburbs so suddenly. So we knew that it had to be done over the course of time. Our goal is to gradually expand density upward to account the need for housing. For phase 1, we plan to introduce multi-unit housing into the area to slowly blend it into the surrounding neighborhood. For phase 2, our plan was to mix multi-unit housing with retail, residential, commercial, and the options for ADU add-ons to single-unit dwellings. Our new base zone would have the suburb accommodate both single and multiple unit housing as opposed to just single dwellings.
And our zone is a mixed-use residential zone. We plan for additional permitted uses, including multiple unit dwellings, retail shops, and commercial grocery services. With our amendments includes the permitting of commercial and recreational space. Our suburb module redefines resource availability, and we believe it can enhance the quality of living despite the density. This is our proposed vision for 2050.
Installing an accessory dwelling unit provides an independent living space. This space can be rented out to help earn extra income.
This is how we decided to organize the permitted uses on the site.
This would be one example of our multi-use module in accordance with our code amendments. And we'll jump right over into this.
Thank you for joining us tonight on World News Network. I'm Vince McKillicuddy, and this is the news. Madonna drops #1 hit single at the age of 91. Robot Trump declares war on Mars, and foreign countries battle for the remaining 6 barrels of crude oil. In a lighter note, today marks the 30th anniversary of the most groundbreaking revolutionary design. The Suburbia 2.0, or Funtown, was created by 5 undergraduate architecture students in the year 2020. During this time, a housing crisis projected that we would have nearly 700,000 houses and not nearly as much space. The solutions they created through regulating setbacks and establishing new zones such as mixed use and commercial helped us combat the baby boom of 27 and the wind shortage of 42. As we all know, the shifts in density skyrocketed after the implementation of this 30-year development plan. Beginning, of course, with the incorporation of multi-dwelling units into suburbia and the slow introduction of commercial and retail space, advocating a global sense of community. Without this solution, the housing crisis may have never been solved. But for now, a word from our sponsors.
Hello, my name is Claire Smith, and I'm here to make sure you get your American dream home and the Suburbia 2.0.
Welcome to the new Suburbia, where everyone could afford living in their American dream home. A safe neighborhood for all. We offer many homes for different sized families and couples. This new suburban neighborhood is not like any other neighborhood. Suburbia 2.0 offers shops and cafes for those who want to take a break from their lives and for those who want to make their husband's pockets hurt. Quality living, made accessible.
And that's it.
I think you earned yourself the title of Funtown, huh?
Well, fantastic short. I think that was very clever. Start with that. That's obvious. The humor in there is appreciated, especially taking the projection. You know what, like 2015, like the 2015 projections. That was clever. And Sadim, really, you've got a really talented repertoire there of vocal range.
I'll be waiting for my Oscar at the end. Thank you.
Yes.
OJ, you're muted.
Okay. I said what I was saying when I was talking to myself there. What I was wondering is, in the beginning, you guys sort of explained suburbia as dense. You did it 2 times. Currently, that it's dense. So I just trying to understand, I guess, your perception of density. And that you said it was, you think that the current suburbia model is dense. Is that how you guys feel about it, as is, or?
Yeah, it's we see it as already dense. So we one of the things that we wanted to include was how do we add more density to a space that's already dense. So with a lot of research, we found many options, and then as well as adding ADUs. So we thought that was a really important part to add in, and so we also wanted to make more space to add in the ADUs. So we included that into these zones.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you could also look at our consideration of density for the original suburb as dense in the sense of these kind of private properties and the way their housings were kind of organized. Just it's dense in the sense that there's just a lot of small private properties stacked right next to each other, rather than the density of like multiple housings. Like in itself, the space is dense with all these privately owned spots.
I guess it's just a choice of vocabulary when describing it as is. I know a lot of architects would probably look at that model and not think of it as dense. I was just curious.
Well, if you think about it, it's dense outwards, but not upwards. So that was one of the things that we thought to include, was how to make it both go up.
Sorry. Go ahead, OJ.
Oh, I found it helpful, and then I thought it was. I liked how you guys phased out your development and zoned it out too, and you kind of gradually introduced this plan to sort of overtake a suburban neighborhood. I like the strategy. I don't. Without getting into the details of each, I thought it was a good way to tackle it.
Yeah, I think for me too. First of all, I thought that was a well-crafted presentation too. From a technical standpoint, I think the working through the bullet points and then a well-crafted animation with, I would say, the most hard-hitting kind of statements came out of the animation because it was sort of like cleverly packaged. In a way to say like, well, of course, right? So great job there. But I am along the same line as OJ's comment about like the perception of suburbia being dense. It's not, because I think we have to remember that the definition of density is related to how many dwelling units per square footage or acre, right? So that's an accepted definition of how to describe density, and I think that's important to acknowledge. So maybe it feels like a detail, but I think it's an important one for you to consider with your proposal, that if you use the terms that are commonly accepted as a kind of measuring stone as to how dense something is, it's always related to how many units per an area, right? So and maybe that could actually lend a bit strength to your argument that say with these multi-prong approaches, we could imagine we can increase it by fourfold, right? Or there's a ceiling that we can achieve a real density, right, from something that is not dense in a kind of gradual way, right? So I think that will be one point. The other is I do like, let's say, the proposal of the kind of state, like it's a incremental growth, but I do see perhaps you can imagine that in terms of time, this will take a very long time, right? So, but you can also see that the incentive would be if, let's say, what do you call parents where the kids leave the house, they're empty nesters, right? So you can see suburbia goes through cycles of, like, initially was the home for a whole family, kids grow up, they leave for college and they move on and won't return. So you're stuck with a couple that actually has tons of space, right? So to stage it into, it will make economic sense to say, look, we can just build an ADU in the back and then develop the front into multiple units, right? So I think that's a plausible kind of scenario, perhaps, right? But I think it could also help with the presentation to really look at this, what this actually would mean in terms of a code amendment, right? That the RS1-7, right, like is insufficient to accommodate what you're proposing. So I think maybe that's the piece that I could see lending a bit more strength to your argument.
Yeah, I agree. You know, really tight presentation, everyone. That was great. And I think what you did really well was kind of directing your message at those who live in suburbia, right? So, but I think you had a missed opportunity because I feel like you had them hooked, but yet you kind of left it hanging, and you were, it's almost like you have this like stealth density that you're proposing in a way that you can kind of sneak in the next 20 years, but I don't know if we were left with kind of a resolution of how that actually gets to the density that you'd want to achieve in, say, the next 25 years. But I do agree with kind of your initial approach to it, but I just feel like towards the end of the presentation, you could have kind of slipped that in as this is where, you know, it's heading. But overall, you know, really, really great presentation.
I wonder if you guys had done, if you had done a case study or some research on places in San Diego like UTC or like Mira Mesa, where there was like a suburban kind of impetus at some point in the whatever, I don't know, 50s or 60s. And then there was this kind of, right, these kind of like in the 80s or whatever, these kind of apartment buildings. If it would have radicalized you a little bit more, because right now I still am not convinced. I mean, don't get me wrong, you guys have put your work in. I'm still not convinced that it's as, how is it different than Mira Mesa, right? How you know what I mean? I didn't see much conversation about transportation. So like there's an inevitable, if you're only kind of exacerbating, I mean, I guess what's implied is that because you're mixing use, that people don't have to drive elsewhere to go, because it's all kind of more self-contained. So I do get that, but just maybe an overlay of like, well, maybe part of the mixed use needs to be workplaces or places of work or things like that, because otherwise it's kind of more of the same. And we see what that creates in terms of traffic, in terms of still the expectation around the automobile. So that's my only critical feedback is I don't, in terms of your overall position, I wonder if it's not exactly the same trajectory as something that happened in like Mira Mesa or UTC or something like that.
I had a thought too. I think it would be cool to see you guys as you move this forward and you try to stealthily sneak your density in and dealing with, you guys have a pretty strong mixed use element to your project, right? Have you guys considered utilizing existing houses and converting those into mixed use spaces? So like you would take a track house and convert it to like a 7-Eleven or something. Just utilizing the old stock and just.
All you need is a neon sign up front, right? You're done.
That'd be so rad. Just think of like just ways of doing that. Like again, I never was a fan of plopping down the big multi-unit building in the middle of the in alternating streets. How you had it. I like your approach, but I'm still sort of waiting to see how you guys can sort of work with the existing architecture a little bit more. Because I think what happens is like Don says, you end up, what makes it different than like a mirror, what makes it different, you know, like, so you have the existing houses the way they are, and then the alternating street becomes a new row of sort of almost normal kind of like multifamily buildings. I know we haven't gotten to an architecture yet, but start thinking about how you achieve that, and whether it's your old 302 projects, or you start converting these track homes into things
like little office places of work, like architectural firms, you know, like
yeah.
like
think of Tijuana, like the informal sort of how they just kind of take over like there's these little developments down there, and they start off as tract homes, right? And then over time, like one of them becomes an office, and one of them becomes a tire shop, and one of them becomes a. It's so cool.
I just for everybody, it just seems like, gosh, this is such great material for thesis level kind of like. I hope if nothing else, this really starts to orient you towards thesis. These are great. These are really big topics. I think you still need some time to kind of like, I think agree. It's like kind of twist it into something a little bit more of a departure, but nonetheless, I think you're on to. I totally agree with what Otis. I think you're on to something. I definitely agree with that. I definitely believe that.
Christian's a good actor.
Three more minutes left. So for the next team, so remaining 3.
Are we going to give out any sort of acting awards, Philip?
Acting?
Some kind of Golden Globe or some sort of.
Of course.
Yeah.
New School Film Festival.
Yeah.
Sound, cinematography, directing.
Yeah. Special effects.
Actor, male and female.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be fun.
Supporting cast.
Yeah.
Nice work, guys. Man.
Good work.
You guys worked hard. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Cool.
Thanks.
Yeah. Nice work.
So we got a collage up in 2 minutes.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Hi. How's you guys doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Sick. How's everyone?
Hey guys.
Good.
Hey.
Oh wait, do you want the video on, right? Or the video webcam? There you go. Hold on. Can you guys see me?
Yep. There you are.
We're good. Ready to launch.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are the Collage. My name is Hardy, and my team members are JJ, Eric, Tan, and Louise. And today we will be presenting a proposal for the future of San Diego. The challenge is, upon the upcoming growth of San Diego, the prediction that San Diego's population will rise approximating 700,000 people. The demand for the growth of homes needs to meet at an estimate of 13,500 units built per year to add up to 405,000 units by the year of 2050. This will be accomplished through the implementation of our proposed manifesto. I would like to introduce JJ, who will discuss our manifesto.
Thank you, Hardy. Here's the Collage Manifesto. 1. We proclaim advocating mixed-use supported planning. We reject non-mixed-use development. 2. We reject the horizontal footprint. We proclaim using a vertical branching design to increase density. 3. We reject design shackling. We proclaim to add a building articulation that is visually appealing. 4. We proclaim advocating for efficiency in permitted use businesses and commercial necessities. We reject ground floor residential. 5. We proclaim the use of underground parking. We reject vehicular-centric design. And next for you, we have a video.
Damn, there's no noise.
There's no noise?
No.
I'm sorry. Let me redo this.
Tan up top.
Yeah. drowning. I'm drowning. I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Wrist so icy, wonder why she like me.
This is America.
Yeah. Can you feel it? I used to feel so devastated. At times I thought we'd never make it. But now we on our way to greatness. And all that ever took was patience. I used to feel so devastated. At times I thought we'd never make it. But now we on our way to greatness. And all that ever took was patience. Just getting better each day. Stacking that to the cheesecake. Look up to the Lord we pray. Trying to be my best each day until I'm the rest of the week.
This is America.
So, so the site we chosen is Mission Beach. We use multiple field conditions to help us set conditions of the project we use. Some of the field conditions we use are softscape, sand, hardscape, and pedestrian walkway. The sand and softscape help us know the limit of the site and help us create setbacks, while the hardscape and pedestrian walkway help us locate and lay out the project to portray the flow of circulation. Next time we'll talk about the amendment.
So thank you, Eric. For the amendment, we made a few adjustments allowing to meet our goals. We changed the residency density for 500 to minimum lot area square footage of 20,000. For the setback, we changed the 25 feet setback, allowing more of a recreational use for the residents on the beachfront. We developed some guidelines for the mixed use. Commercial are only permitted up to structural height of 40 feet. Residential development are not permitted on ground level, and underground level are required. In the lot coverage, we also have a guideline, ground level to 50 feet. We only allow 20% maximum lot coverage. 61 to the 150 feet maximum height, we allow 50% maximum lot coverage. If you can see in example figure 3, the total add up to the FAR of 2.0.
And basically, in conclusion, our direction is to prioritize growth vertically while taking advantage of the horizontal density in the sky. And the uniform of the structure will also maximize the importance of the coastal perspective. The answer isn't a simple one, but it's an articulation of great minds like yourselves. And we are confident that our concept captivates some, spark disagreement in others, but our goal is to increase density, provide greater shelter, and ensure the future. And thanks to you guys for listening to our proposal.
Thank you.
All right.
Nice work, guys. I know it's tough to try to like sync up noise and cut together animations like that. So good job on that. My question that I mean, I don't know if you answered this in the presentation, but I think it's like the essential part of your project is how this touches the ground and how that relates to the field conditions. So you mentioned the hardscapes, the softscapes, sand, views, circulation, those types of things, but I don't know, and maybe it's answered in the amendment and maybe it was just passed by quickly in the presentation, but I want to hear kind of from you how those informed the placement of kind of where these shafts kind of touch down onto the site. Because I think that that can then become more of this incremental growth of how you expand this type of project throughout the entire coastline or in similar conditions of this, utilizing that same kind of methodology.
So we want to reserve ground level as much as possible for business, and also majority of it is for recreational, and since considering it's on the beachfront, so we want to capture that part. The pedestrian path is already established there, so we want to recognize it of how it's already established on along the beach, and we want to keep it there. That's why we want to recognize it. And the sand is just to have another portion of it. So pretty much the whole thing is we want to reserve it for the residents to enjoy. Does that answer your question?
Well,
I think I agree with Tony. I think what I heard Tony say is that when you guys show that sort of animation of the actual building masses, did the composition of those building masses, were they related to any of the field drawings at all?
Do you mean like in terms of the direction of the design, as in like how we use the field conditions to place the cores of the structure?
Exactly.
The direction, somewhat of like the field conditions of the pedestrian path is it's sort of already like designated, and since there is like some sort of a park element to it, and since Belmont Park is also next to it, we wanted to leave the pedestrian path as kind of a way to feed and direct the individuals or people that are walking through it. So in a sense, there'll be webbing around the bottom of the horizontal plane as well. So it wasn't really as clear as we hoped it would be, but we did try to take into at least where the pedestrian and the sand, in terms of like where people could also like hang around into the element of the bottom of the cores, and how the building could express itself, but also not mitigate the field conditions alongside it as well.
I think what would have made it very clear is if you would have had almost a superimposition of some of those field drawings, and then those masses start to grow out of it somehow. And then that would sort of wrap it all together and sort of make sense of the field drawings for me. Then that would have been a really sort of solid way to talk about it. And for me, the maybe less successful part of the presentation was the animation for me. I don't know if it was the actual aesthetic of the animations or the music or what. For me, it didn't capture my attention. I mean, it didn't. I don't know. I couldn't get into it.
Yeah, I think you started off with like a human perspective, and there was that connection. Okay, there's like this little boy, he has no view, but then in the end you left us with kind of the bird's eye view spinning around the project, when in fact the field conditions are rooted in the ground, in the condition of like being on the ground. So I think like leaving it with more of a pedestrian perspective rather than these kind of like God's view, cycling through, that we'll never really see it from that. When I think your project is the way you were talking about it is more successful when it's raised up and you're looking through it. But how is that different than any other project that might achieve that? And I think it's through the field condition.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, first of all, I great job. I mean, there's a lot of work in all the elements that you presented, and I do share a bit of OJ's concern perhaps with I'm walking away maybe from this presentation with it's a kind of sense of fragmentation. Because I think the tone, let's say, of the animation, I'm still trying to figure out the message perhaps a bit, like and what you're trying to craft, whereas at the end it's a clear discussion on how the zoning would have to be amended in order to facilitate this, but I'm missing maybe the underlying kind of argument as to what you're trying to achieve with this. We're left sort of guessing, filling in the blank a bit, and I think is maybe a struggle for me, at least, to understand or get on board with the typology that you're presenting, because I think the places where what you're proposing would technically be possible will be very limited, right? Whereas I think maybe this goes back to the zoning amendment would be that your proposal in a way would also perhaps suggest that you can span between one lot to another lot, right? That essentially you touch down in places wherever you can and you stitch it across the city. Right, that points of touchdown, or the field idea, is about an idea of opportunistic kind of development, and the density happens above, right? Whereas you're not limited to saying, I have to find, this can only take place where I have 30,000 square feet of development possible, right? So I think I'm sort of, maybe we're just at the beginning where we can start unpacking and then completely understanding kind of the vision that you're presenting. So it's towards the end that I think you're onto something, but I think it requires a bit more sort of testing or refinement to understand exactly what the implications are. But the missing link for me is the connection between the building typology that you're proposing and the field. I actually think you're really close, but I think it's sort of missing in any of the visuals.
I understand.
There may be an opening to revisit, I think, maybe the conversation about the field now that we have a chance to kind of understand how. Well, we're going to have to, because we're going to have to talk like soon about how these buildings, where exactly these buildings are going to be placed, right? And how that can relate to the field, and how for you guys, I think too, the field could be three-dimensional. You know, it should go vertical, like the geometries, the trajectories that are portrayed in your drawings could be considered layers that go upward vertically. And specific things happen as we go up in your project. I think there was a missed opportunity with the video where it could have. What I really kind of wanted to see is like this. Okay, like this kid that is kind of enclosed by pure building masses, and then like the building just rises up, you know, as the music kicks in, you know, and the buildings just rise up, you know, and it starts to open up, and you know, and the kid starts to begin to, you know, understand himself in the greater scheme of things as a result of that. And the kid is able to actually understand where he is in the geography of space. So there was a little bit, you could have pulled that off with just the same techniques you had there. But again, I know it's tall order to ask you guys to, you know, in a big group like this to pull that off and not, you know, step on each other's toes and all that. And it's clear that the group dynamics, you know, play a role in the success of these projects. And this is just hopefully a little bit of a learning experience about communication, right? How to get things done, how to stay on the same page about things, how to advocate for your ideas in a group setting like this. You guys have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. That's a big group, you know. It's tough. So we recognize that. But there is something going on that definitely kind of restricted, I think, the potential of the idea a little bit within the group. I'm not sure what, but there's something going on there. I love the music, honestly. It's just, I think it's how it syncs up and how it wants to pick up at the right time related to the imagery. And the music can really amplify that experience when it's but I don't think the imagery punched a big enough hole in our imagination, if that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the one thing we've been harping on this whole time, is those field conditions, and understanding that your site does not have a field condition, in a sense. Like, I know it does. It has a site condition. That's, I think, you know, let's try to be clear about that. You know, we were talking about the site characteristics from day one. Well, that's different than the field. That produces certain kinds of a field, and typically these are open fields. The whole point is that there's really nothing. It's very difficult to draw relationships with the existing fields, because these are essentially like parking lots and things, right? So the geometries that are introduced in the field observations, which were just experimental geometries, began to draw contours and potential ways to fill that field, to occupy that field. And that's the whole point of architectures. How do you occupy the field? So that's where we're still a little, you know, we recognize we still need to do some work and have some conversations about that, right? Like, it still seems a little arbitrary. Where if it isn't arbitrary, then we would have liked to have seen the specific decisions you made to determine how those forms move, how you decided that they should move, other than just kind of random, which would have been fine if they would have followed one of the field conditions. But negating it seems to me you have missed a really like a great opportunity to investigate your drawings and to really evaluate and test those drawings. Does that make sense at all, what I just said?
It does. In the horizontal sky sense, it was kind of hard, since like I guess we just missed the opportunity of like copying and then also replicating the field conditions in like the sky sense, as if there was like that flat coordinate system plane, and then just kind of replicating that in the top, but also like trying to set down like the cores in like reasonable locations. But I get where you're coming from now, and I think like it was just like an afterthought, and to like how not necessarily like the afterthought of it, but more a sense like the connection of like both the field conditions and like the sky sense, because it was kind of hard to like structurally make it possible, but also like, and I think if we would have just like thought about more critically how we could introduce this like bigger concept, and then also make it like reasonable, as if like this could also be placed on the ground if it would like, if it wants to. But the fact that we can raise it into the sky, it adds that different element that would be different from like other like other projects or other like proposals. So I think that's where we could have gone in the direction to like make the specification or like the difference of both.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, so we recognize it. We'll keep working. We know we need to get there next assignment, basically. So we'll be able to mobilize this more specifically soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we hit the 3-minute mark too, but I think along the line of Don's comment will be that another way of unrolling kind of the idea of the field is that you're always looking for an opportunity, right? Like, and one is, I think it's by recognizing what is the existing condition and what's the existing field that you're trying to occupy. So you're looking for a way to either accommodate the existing or find opportunities to introduce a new order or new logic. So I think that's really, maybe you're doing it sort of intuitively, but I think what you're proposing is is already something that has great potential for an idea that has its own internal drivers on how it touches the ground and how it navigates through an existing kind of urban structure, right? Like, so I think I do feel there's you have the building blocks, but I'd like to see where you actually deploy it in a more, I'd say, even more aggressive, right? You might think this is sort of like aggressive already, or kind of like you're reaching for the skies. In a way, you're holding back, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm happy to work with you guys on that.
Okay. That would help us a lot.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Cool. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we got T-squares.
T-squares.
T-squares. Are we teeing off here?
That would be us.
Okay.
Trying to get it all put together. There we go. You guys see? Is it sharing the screen or is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're seeing a green.
All right.
Very, very peaceful.
Well, that's the selling point.
Golf courses, they're really amazing things. They bring to mind this image of big open fields, lots of green trees, lots of shade, but they're also good for the environment. Because of all the green, they combat the heat island effect that cities produce. So this is really one of the
Hold up, man.
We
Damn well know these are good for the environment. Just the water they use per week is 10,000 of gallons. Just crazy, man. And don't get me started with the land use, which is only used per year just by a certain amount of people. So that sucks, bro.
Thank you, Mr. Positivity. To be honest, golf courses are pretty cool, but they take up way too much land to the amount of people who actually use it. And since they are closed off, the majority of people can't even use it.
And that's not the only problem. Since it is a huge population and opportunity here, we have nowhere to put it. So we propose to use the existing golf courses to build the houses we'll need very, very soon.
Exactly. There's a ton of new people coming in and they're gonna need somewhere to play golf. Why would you take over the courses? Such a great game.
Yeah, hold up. Are you saying you're gonna get rid of golf courses? What the heck?
Man, I was just trying to help shoot this golf commercial to get a little bit of experience. I didn't know they were gonna bring all these method actors. Especially that Eduardo guy with his stupid glasses.
Are we recording? Okay. We're not trying to get rid of golf. What we propose is building an unused parts of the golf course, similar to where the grandstands would be.
No. You can't stick that there. That's what she said. Huh?
I can tell you where you can stick it though.
Whoa, wait up. There's kids watching. Romeo. But we can actually make this work.
You muted, Eduardo.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So, hello. This is our team T-Squares, and this is our case study of La Jolla Country Club, where we're repurposing the zoning codes for golf courses in order to be adapted and repurposed on and implemented on different golf courses. So, next slide.
All right, there you go.
So our manifesto is rejections are elitism of current golf courses, excessive use of water, value increase to surrounding real estate, limitations of open space zoning, the hard delineation between golf and public spaces, and for our proclamations are the inclusion of general public field on unused land while maintaining the play of the game intact, and the conservation of green island effect minimum hardscape. The replaced used green space with green roofs and the open closed golf courses institutions.
I believe Giovanni's having some issues with his internet. So I'll just take this. As you can see here, the golf course, we're using the case study of La Jolla Country Club. So on the left, you have all of the fairways that are available on the course. And you can see, per the zoning that we're introducing, only the exterior ones can be used so that it doesn't impede the main flow of the game. Also included in how we'd work with the golf courses during this rezoning process is we would reorient the direction of some of the fairways if necessary, so that the flow of the game doesn't head towards the buildings but away from them, for the protection of both the players and the people dwelling in the houses. Anna, you're muted.
Yeah, I had a call from the same chat like right now. So I don't know if people are making calls in the same chat and it's affecting people right now.
Okay, I think Anna, you're still muted.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Our RMR zone, it would allow for construction on recreational areas, in this case, the golf courses. And doing this would allow for more of the general population to be included. We could add buildings for the future population, parks, and other sports fields while maintaining the game intact. For our RMR 1-3 zone, we made a maximum of 60 units within a minimum of 20,000 square feet. This fits for our building, which is 54 units and about 18,000 square feet. In the existing residential space, there is an allowable height of 35 feet, but for us, we extended it to 85 feet for a building with greater than 100 feet and 60 feet of height in a building with less than 100 feet.
So we took the field conditions of our site to better understand the spatial relationship of the area. So we have the direction of the grain. We have the out of bounds, which are the houses surrounding the golf course. We have the trees and the straps. And since the trees act as boundaries, this makes for a great area to build.
So here we use the La Jolla Country Club as a case study, specifically the northern end where there was a lot of unused space as far as the actual game was concerned. But the idea is that this can be applied to most, if not all, golf courses in San Diego because of the amount of space that they have surrounding their fairways and greens. In San Diego County alone, there are over 15 golf courses. There's almost 20 golf courses, each taking up anywhere from 75 to 150 acres. So it's well over 1,500 acres of land that are just allocated to the game of golf. But by rezoning these spaces, we can allow them to be used for housing, recreation, and more open to the public. So in order to meet the demands of 2050, I say hashtag rezone 2050. That's it.
Oh, there's Giovanni.
There he is.
Sorry, I had some technical difficulties.
Yeah, it's because when you join if you go to the chat, you do a different call. If you go to the Teams, that's a call that you go to.
Yeah, I figured that out right now. Sorry about that. I ended up missing my slides.
Yeah, I was listening. to Giovanni right now, talking in the phone.
Yeah, I think I called everyone in studio. Sorry about that, guys.
That's all right. It's part of the tally that I'm still trying to catch up on how many people did you throw under the bus on the presentation. So, so I don't know if your classmates have seen all this and who you took steps. Pretty interesting. I think there will be an aftermath to this. I thought the presentation, besides the kind of technical glitches here and you know, the transitions or the handoffs from one presenter to another, I think the animation I felt was refreshing, was playful, I think well sort of crafted, but I do have to I'm and I want to stress this maybe for every group, and I think the team that got closest to this right now is to kind of present this site condition idea that the zoning amendment is, in a way, the idea that wherever this zone or this condition exists, this is where this will take place. So using the case study of the golf course is a good thing, right? But ultimately the discussion should be about how to adopt this zoning amendment and how it will be applicable to other sites. Having said that, I think it's also a bit, I'm still waiting to see the actual, let's say, aerial photo or a collage of how you would actually literally inhabit or how you would alter a golf course to the point where, okay, I have a golf game existing and I have quite an extensive mass of building distributed along the line. So it's a bit disappointing to see just one building on a golf course. Like that, that's not going to do it, right? And I felt like the conversation we had on, let's say Friday was clear enough to say, yes, the building snakes through the entire golf course, has ways to do this. So maybe the team got caught up too much with the kind of technical part of rewriting the zoning. But I do think the strength of your argument is how it would actually play out. And I do have to leave you with that note. Again, not to take away from kind of the challenge that you had at hand with taking on a golf course, right? You're going to step over people's feet on this, and that's good. But yeah, I'll come back with another note. But great animation, the storytelling, I think, was well done. But you let me down a bit on the kind of the implementation, the visualization of how it would actually play out.
Yeah, I'd like to continue off of that. You know, great presentation, even with the technical difficulties, and I think I might be at fault at that too, because I think I like hung up and tried to golf. I don't know what happened, so I missed a portion of it. But I think you all are tiptoeing on the pool coping around the deep end, and you don't want to take the plunge into it. You're just kind of walking around it, and we need to come and kind of just shove you into the pool at this point. Because I think the best image that you had was just the screenshot of Google Earth zoomed out of all San Diego County. But that would have been a perfect opportunity, I think, to show how radical it would be if you actually took over all these golf courses and just filled each one of these with these housing developments and what the implications of those are. So I think you just need to loosen up a bit. You're rigid to, you know, in a positive sense that you've nailed all the kind of technical aspects of the project, but now it's like, we just need to break you free of this and just like deploy, like just go for it. Like, you know, what are you scared of?
So now you're just like telling us just to like try to make it like use, like, let's say we use all the ones from San Diego and we implement it in a way that it promotes like the same zoning that we're using, right?
Yeah, I think it's an iterative process, and you're testing these ideas, right? You
So we
have
to test it with the other ones, the other.
Yeah,
golf
and even just on your own site. I mean, I would test it in as many ways as possible and fill that thing. And it's easier to pull back than to try to be like, no, one more building. It's like, no, let's take away 10 of these. This is a little bit excessive.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that was I don't know, because we were like so into the setbacks and like the runways, the fairways, and which ones to use and not to use, because that's one of the things that you guys pointed out last time that you guys did the critique.
Well,
yeah, you can go ahead, OJ.
No, sorry, no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say you control your destiny here. So I mean, you're making the rules. So there's ways of breaking the rules too that you created. So I think it's just, I think that's where the conversation happens is when you start loosening up, and we need to rein you in a bit.
Mm.
Yeah, but right now we're left to push you into the pool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you guys were teasing it, and probably all of us instructors thought, oh man, the next slide's going to be it. The next slide's going to be it.
Yeah.
They're going to show it. This is it. So I know you guys had you had the strategy at one point on the screen when you talked about the outer fairways or where you would put them. And so the very next screen, I thought, okay, I'm going to see their field. I'm going to see the outer perimeter of the golf course just packed with units. And I never got it.
But wouldn't that affect the gameplay as well? Because if we surround the whole golf course, maybe
whatever rule you said you were going by, I think at one point the peripheral fairways were fair game for housing, right? I heard that. So if it's the inner fairways or the outer fairways or every other fairway, we keep seeing this repetitive, just one building in the fairway, and it's like, that's just a building in a fairway. Like, pack in the density around every possible square footage you can allocate to housing. Show it as you can. Jump in the pool.
Okay.
I would almost, I guess, I would like to know, like, you have the square footage of all these areas broken down, and then sort of work backwards and see how many units can you get on the square footage. I almost would challenge you to say, I don't know if you need to go 85 feet tall. I know 85 feet's pretty tall, and if it's just going to be one tall building in the middle of the fairway, maybe 85 feet tall to get this density, which I don't recommend. But if we were to see a field condition drawing where it was super dense up to 35 feet, how many units would you end up with, or what kind of density would that be? You're in La Jolla, right? I mean,
yeah.
You're going to get some serious, like, a lot of money and power up there.
Lots of NIMBYism to fight there.
So if you can at least show a scenario where you're maxed out at 35 feet, maybe that's phase one, or go your radical at 85 foot scheme 2, just to see what it's like. But I think we all just want to see it. Like, what does it look like?
Like with all the buildings around?
Yes.
Okay.
Is the idea of the subtractive, right? This in design, like fundamentals, like there's the additive and there's subtractive approach, right? Where this might just go for everybody that's struggling with that. It's like Michelangelo, or who was it, right? Michelangelo, all those Renaissance guys
bringing the stone, right?
It's like you start with a slab of stone, right? Pure massing, and you remove from it, right? Instead of adding one after another, kind of carefully, right? So maybe that's what we're suggesting here, is packing it. I think an obvious thing to do would have been to literally fill the regions that you identified really smart, I think, carefully, in terms of this algorithm that you identified as being, okay, the perimeter as being something that you want to investigate, and then even more so those which would be faced away from the direction of the flight of the ball, right? So like that combination would to me have been like, okay, well then tell us what those would be, and then that's where you deploy. It could have been a solid mass for all I care, but just to show, well, this would have been the candidate. This is the candidate. These are the areas where you could put this thing, right? I think there is a certain, and maybe it's partially our fault. There's still, I know you're really married to that form right now, that particular building aggregate, and it's a nice one. Don't get me wrong, it's very nice, but I wonder if that's not tripping you guys up a little bit, because you're trying to just figure out a way to get that thing in there. And we had also talked, last time about that based on your drawing, your setback drawing, the potential of the ring. Of filling the ring with the building, the cell, right? The wall of the cell out, that drawing of your setback, instead of it going inside, your project actually goes around the edge, and when it meets other cells, there's a double, right? And that produces it doubles up there. So I was almost anticipating like a certain kind of radical approach of like, and it wouldn't have to be any particular form, just a massing that follows the logic of your setbacks or of that drawing, right? Like, show us what that looks like, because right now it's just plopped there. And I'm sure you agree that even in the perspective images that you had, that thing just stands out like a cruise ship on the ground, which is, yes, somewhat radical. But that's not really feeling. How many people would even consider? How many people would actually even live there, right? So I don't know if we're asking you guys to depart from the tradition, the building that you designed in 302 to get there, or is there some kind of negotiation that you can do with that building to make this fit the criteria that you did establish, that you do have? Right. I think that's the good news. You have the criteria. You just need to test it, and you need to show us that you've tested it, and we're not seeing it yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I liked the video though. I thought that was great.
Yeah, I laughed.
I particularly liked the scene of Anna when she was had all these statistics and like infographics right next to her, and they looked like they were floating. I thought you guys did some like clever graphic things.
Yeah.
That's Ty right there. It was a director, producer.
Yeah.
That was cool.
And the way you guys work together as a team is pretty obvious. I think you're working well as a team, and that's good. Your communication is good, so that's encouraging. It's not an easy thing to do. Yeah.
We're in different countries right now, so we were going to try to make it look like we're all in the same room together for the first script that we had.
That'd be cool.
It took too long to. All right. Well, thank you guys very much.
Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's thoughtful.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're moving to Pecha Festo before the break.
Pecha Festo.
Pecha Festo.
For the 7-inning stretch.
Sorry.
Can't turn off my camera.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
yeah.
All right.
All right. So thank you everyone for we had a lot of great presentations and they've been really wonderful. We really appreciate that. Of course, we're Pecha Festo. We're here to present to you our proposal for the 2050 housing crisis that's going to be upon us before we know it. We also included a couple of our own ideas about what we think life in 2050 is going to be like and our own suggestions on that. So with me here today is Yvonne, JR, Chris, and Fernando's going to introduce our manifesto.
Hello, this is our Petrofesto, and our Petrofesto is designed to answer a call that similar zones of San Diego will inevitably be overrun by rising sea level. And we'll answer the call in order to house 700,000 people by 2050. These changes need to be made.
So to present the idea and the problem, we have a short video.
Places like Pechanga Arena, Qualcomm, or the Convention Center, all center. All plays with a pretty watery boundaries. Now try to picture what it might look like in 100 years. San Diego's treasure Pechanga Arena might look very different than it does today. The same goes for Qualcomm and the Convention Center. This is our best guess of a warmer future, one where the sea levels are nodding away at the city that we love. Pechanga will be the first in line for some big changes. We need to prepare now to make sure San Diego treasure venues and valuable real estate survives during this housing crisis.
The underutilized Pechanga Arena will be challenged through zoning regulatory strategies in order to prepare for the housing crisis and sea level rise by 2050. Commercially zoned parking lots, such as Pechanga Arena Zone, are converted into housing zones. This development offers buildable areas for more people, in the city expecting an increase of over 700,000 people by 2050. Floatable ground floors are adopted as a new typology that expects the impending sea level rise. Networks of pedestrian-friendly platforms enable the circulation of people and goods above sea level. No pedestrians left behind. This approach prioritizes a vision, one where commercially zoned parking lots in floatable areas are transformed to prepare for a post-automobile-centric era. It acknowledges for density, sea level rise, and pedestrians.
So now you might be wondering, what implementations will we need to further assess in order to be able to be successful? And the first one is to change the maximum structure height to 100 feet, which right now it's sitting at 65 feet. And in order to do this, every new building will be measured from the average sea level.
In addition to this, we are implementing a ground floor restriction because we anticipate that 8-foot sea level rise by 2100. We are making the ground floors a floodable level to accommodate and prepare for that. This will also include a no fenestration zone that's 5 feet above that 13-foot floodable level, because we know that tides change from day to day and swells may affect this, and we don't want anyone to end up with a flooded apartment.
Also, setback requirements will naturally grow and evolve with the change in the NEMS to include 10-foot rear, front, and side setbacks perimeters.
In addition to the setbacks, like JR said, we don't want to leave any pedestrian behind. We all know typically commercially zoned areas are not that pedestrian friendly. So we want to change that with our implementations and continue that moving forward. So we've included these pedestrian paths from building to building that would be floatable once the floods or once the sea level rises. I have an example of this, give you an idea of what that could look like in the year 2050.
Yeah, and with all that said, with taking sea level rise into consideration as our main factor, our main goal is to sort of prevent future housing loss due to sea level rises, as we see a lot of that happening in the East Coast. So we're thinking ahead, we're thinking in the future for the year 2050 and beyond that by proposing our manifesto, the floating platforms, the elevated structures, and the CRC zone, commercial residential community zone. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah.
Cool.
Great.
All right, all right. Any questions?
Y'all not speechless?
Yeah, we are.
Sounds just like we finally got the aggregation.
I know. It's like fine. Okay. I mean, I just like, did everybody in the entire class watch what you just saw here? I hate to just single anybody out here, but I mean, the field studies that we did, that these guys did, are evident in the design. It's absolutely clear as day that they introduced the field conditions, these geometries, right? It helped them decide on the circulation, right? It helped them decide on the orientation, the relationships between the different forms. It helped them determine the forms themselves, no? So and relationship to the Colosseum. So this is the one, I think, so far that has really integrated the I would say all of the assignments that we've done up to this point. This is successfully integrated all of the assignments into a final package. So, I mean, that's a huge compliment to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for those listening, it's not as if you guys don't have the field drawings, because we know you do have them. But again, yeah, I agree with Don. This is a great look at what happens when you just look at this field and the possibilities it opens up for, what your new architecture is going to look like, what housing is going to look like in 2050. I guess some of my comments or questions I have for this group is, I love the field. I love how it relates to the stadium. I know your project is primarily dealing with seawater rise. But I think you could also sort of weave in there the use of these sort of abandoned, parking lots with regard to a sporting structure or some sort of, in other words, let's find a way to integrate that big structure again. I don't know if I missed it or if you guys didn't talk about, does the sports arena become, what's the use of it now? Is it still a sporting event, or does it become more of an accessory to the new housing development?
Right now, it's still a sports event. Right now, it still is. It's just that it's not being used at the moment.
But in your vision,
our vision is to have it remain as the nucleus.
Okay.
Because I mean, it's existed there. It has history, and I know studies right now. I mean, like articles, current articles have. I know there's people who want to tear it down, maybe build something new. So our vision is to keep it, and then around it, surrounding it, change everything else.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think moving forward, you got to kind of sort of envision some fresh faces looking at this presentation, people that are very familiar with, sort of planning people, and they would be thinking, well, gosh, they didn't even really talk about the arena that much. And it's a critical part of your project. So I think that could be weaved into your story just a little bit more. Mm-hmm. And I love all the renderings of it all sort of floating on water. I'm wondering though, is there any context left in 2050, or is it all underwater? Did all the existing structures get swallowed up and decay and fall apart, or would we see rooftops of other sort of older structures at that point?
Oh.
I was gonna say, Yes, we might. But in the area, the way that, I mean, if you remember the way that the animation was actually growing, the one that was showing how fast the water level was actually rising, you could see that pretty much everything around the arena was gonna become, I mean, it was gonna be what is it called, affected by the water. Aside from the stadium, that's actually the nucleus. That's like the most, I would say, stable area, or least floatable space of the whole area.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. Who's showing their screen? That was an awesome installation.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, guys. Let me just real quick. This is a magazine in the library I never returned, but
We got a rebel up here.
Yeah. So just to peek, referencing what OJ was talking about, right? Reimagining, right? The use of this is one way, right?
I think it becomes a very sort of specific approach to your project, and that it could be used as an accessory or a part of your housing community. That this, you still have this big sports arena to deal with, like the 800-pound gorilla in the room. And maybe not. Maybe this is too much. I mean, maybe it's just about the housing, and that's also okay. I'm not really trying to direct you either way. I'm just.
You know, it's interesting to think about.
Does any housing get put in there? I don't know. It's just.
Yeah. First of all, great job on the presentation. I'm still there's certain imagery that resonated throughout the presentation with really powerful image making. I think with the flooded sort of ground level view of these like structures coming out of the reflection of the water, I can't unsee that. So I think there's some really powerful messages in here, because I think it touches on perhaps kind of the open-endedness of some of the proposal here, and I think that's a good thing. I think you managed to strike a tone of there is an optimism perhaps in something that what we generally see as a kind of catastrophic event. So I think, but it's also, and it could be interpreted as a perhaps a bit of an Achilles heel of your proposal, that it's, in one end, it wants to be very specific. Let's say it sort of acts as a kind of parasite to large infrastructural like structures. Or is it a proposal that is a bit more opportunistic on where the initial floods will take place, and these things arise from there? So it's a more emergent idea, you know, versus something that is sort of heavily scripted and say we have a plan and we will implement this, right? Like, I think there's a bit of ideas of both there, and I think maybe this is just where this could go, and that will be maybe looking at like areas and zones that I think you showed in some of your mapping that would say these are the areas that will flood first, right? Like, it could be a bit more open-ended that way, that it's not sort of like parked next to these, let's say, Qualcomm or Jack Murphy, as it originally was called, and the sports arena, you know. So I think that's the maybe, and this is not a commentary on your presentation, but I think it's also something that I think a successful presentation does. It alludes to other ways of implementing some of these ideas, right? And I think this is also, I think, material in many ways that could be. I think you want to park this as thesis option. You know, I think we are headed into, you guys are about to wrap up third and you get fourth, and before you know it, you're going to be asked, what are your thesis topics going to be, right? I think you can extract building technology methods out of this. You can go a kind of urban approach to it. You can go an ecological. I mean, there's so many facets I think this could take on, and that's a good thing. But also part that I think I mentioned before is it's also the strength is in its open-endedness, but it's also by not being too committed. So, and that could also be a bit of a challenge to the way you're presenting it. But well done.
Yeah, I gotta commend you all on the presentation. And you know what, I think I want to reiterate what Philip said, that what I liked most about it was this sense of optimism, that there wasn't this necessarily fear mongering of the sea level rising. There was almost this sense of like calmness about the proposal. And I've got to say, you know, it's a solid proposal, but now I think because you've kind of reacted or interpreted the field condition in a certain way, right? It is an interpretation in a sense. You step back and now you have an opportunity to read what you've produced. And I think, at least for me, there's this like moment between the structures that you've placed, that you've created this radial pattern, and how does that kind of solicit kind of public engagement, right? Because the whole presentation is about the pedestrian themselves. And so it's now you've made this move. So how does that inform kind of the future of how this is kind of generated, and what kind of engagement that can create based on, you know, the proposal? Because there's a number of ways you could have went about this. And I also have to comment on, you know, that you're playing well with others in the sense that in the collage it's showing a number of different projects, not only your own. So you're already kind of foreseeing a future where it's not just this heavy-handed housing development across all of San Diego and it's just your project, like the architect on the hill being like, here's what it's going to look like, that here's what it looks like in an urban fabric that is I suppose more organic in its growth, you know, among various different projects that you have no control over, which is in reality how it would happen. So, you know, overall, like really, really well done.
Thank you.
And all by the way, all those players know how to interact with each other as a result of the zoning conditions that you establish. And that's the whole point, you know. So that's you've effectively tested it, you know, by through that means. And then I think the last remark I have is just, you know, thanks again for watching my videos and you know, like. I don't know if I honestly don't know if everybody did, you know. So there's clear evidence that you're using the techniques that we're talking about here in a serious way, and I really appreciate that.
So YouTube keeps a track of it, so we can check on how many views your videos get.
I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know, judging from
no, you
what
don't
I've
want to know.
Yeah.
Not too long ago I checked, and you do not want to know.
Yeah.
They're directing the money my way.
Yeah. I mean, I think these groups, they think they already know what they're doing, but clearly they're not, you know. So you guys have done a good job, and I hope everybody else is listening.
Yeah, I had to write this down, the no fenestration zone. I mean, that's like that's language that I think you can almost trademark. You know, it's these kind of things. The 9/11 produced all sorts of language. The no blast zone, for example. You know, there's kind of bouldering and building technology parts that come out of you know, events like this. So you can also see there's a kind of it's also how to phrase these things that you're proposing are really fun kind of things to latch onto. So well done.
Thanks, guys. We have fun.
Yeah. All right. Shows. All right. So we are essentially through with the first half right here. So this was the first 5 teams. We're scheduled to break and resume at 6:20. I believe it's going to be Bikini Bottoms. Yeah, so
Yeah.
let's reconvene on this channel right here. I'm going to take a break and check back in.
Sounds good.
See you all then.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna keep the recording running. So.
Okay. All right. See you guys.
See you.
Hey, welcome back.
Okay.
Welcome.
6:20. Believe we have bikini bottoms, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that singular or plural?
Plural. I believe we're all here.
Okay.
All right, Louis, Natalie,
Yeah,
Brian.
here.
Okay. So I'm just gonna be sharing my screen for now because my laptop doesn't have a camera and there's feedback if I use my phone. So I'll switch to my phone after the video is over. Can everybody see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Okay, so we are Team Bikini Bottom, and our group comprises of Natalie Velasquez, myself, Brian Peralta, and Luis Cabrera. And first here, we're gonna have Natalie talk on our abstract.
So for this project, we're setting our focus on preparing coastal areas for the imminent rise on sea levels. Our primary goal is to create a community-oriented environment that will also focus on protecting the community structure by preparing them to quickly adapt to these changes on the sea levels. We're also looking to save the surrounding areas in the wake of these forthcoming natural events.
So following what Natalie said, we wanted our manifestos to be built upon a foundation of 3 concepts, which is building a community on the coast, which we want the coast to be accessible to the public. There's preparing for the inevitable changes like sea level rise to create blockages to prevent flooding damage to the cities, and population growth, which is maximize buildable space on the coast for dwelling units. We must think beyond our comprehension of the coast to prepare for the future. So one of the 3 of the ideas that we put on our manifesto are going to be to proclaim the use of recollection of energy from the waves. We also thought it was important to add the proclamation to elevate law area to combat future sea level rise, and then also to proclaim the use of mixed use environments.
So our project, we had a vision, and it was split into 3 parts. Taking consideration of the site context, Point Loma Nazarene University is a private area. It is location is at the end of the bluffs, and we want to open the private area for the public. Second part is mixed use. We want to provide commercial spaces. It provides jobs for students or people or adults. They can have a live-work environment, and we want to create an urban living environment. And the third part is recreational. Kids, parents can socialize or interact. People can eat outside. We want to create a community, and we want our building to create a soul.
So through our project on our site, we amended an RS17 zone, and we wanted to apply this amendment to RS17 zones along the coast so that they all unify through this new zone, which was the Coastal Residential Dwelling Zone. The purpose of the CRD zones will be to provide adequate regulations for development of multi-dwelling units to accommodate multiple lot sizes and residential dwelling types, along with commercial and recreational developments to coincide with the dwelling units in order to provide an increased neighborhood quality along with livability. These zones will allow for flexible development of new properties while abstaining from disturbing surrounding properties and nature reserves. So this will implement along the coast with those RS17 zones, now making them coastal residential dwelling zones. These zones will implement communal gathering spaces back into multi-residential living to increase the connection between the surrounding communities and promote positive cohabitation of the area. For example, the area of Point Loma Nazarene and this new site and zone coming together as one. Some of the amendments that we made were, of course, the max structure height that was allowed on site. Before it was previously 30, and we raised it to 90 to allow for our aggregates to work in a functional way along the site. And our setbacks, we reduced them in order to have a better usage of the site and a better amount to build on. Along with our FAR, we kept that the same just to have a good amount of density to work with. And here we have Bryant.
And then since these lot sizes will be along the coast, we split the percentage on the diagram on the left. We did 50% residential, 20% commercial, and 30% recreational. The middle diagram is a representation of the masses juxtaposed to each other. And then the third diagram shows more of the site context where the ocean and the cliffs are related to the building.
And then on the next slide here, we have some visualizations amongst the site analysis. So this is just a pairing of a couple that we've done, analyzing the site and its conditions to inspire our next slide. So basically, this is a visualization amongst the site of one of the aggregations proposed in the area that we're developing this new zone in for the coastal residential dwelling. And now we have our video visualization. I believe I'm actually not sharing the sound, so let me fix that. And then I'll share here. It's not giving me that option. Include system audio. And there we go. And that was our visualization. Let me join the call.
Do I have to talk about the field again, or do we get that? Like, I mean, do we need to bring that up again? Like,
yes.
I mean, do you guys get it, right? Based on our observations of the last group, how they employed the field geometries, which help tie these open spaces together. That's what's not here. I would claim that's not what we're looking at here. Is a project in a very linear fashion oriented along the coast, right on the hardscape of the parking lot. So that's like like, I want to own that one. You know, I want to make sure we understand that before we move on. If you need proof that how it works, then please consult the group that went before us. I could see that you guys spent most of your time trying to just pull this package together, and yeah, I mean, it's you hit all the pieces. But I don't really see much movement in terms of the conversation we had last time to today in terms of design decisions. So I think that's understandable considering the lofty expectations of this assignment. but we can't let you off the hook in terms of really kind of evolving this project, these considerations. It's still kind of frozen where we left off, and I was hoping to see more movement in literally like design movement. So I don't know why we're so reluctant to design. I don't see what's going on. Maybe it's the assignments are getting in the way a little bit. Maybe I have a feeling there's more of an emphasis on compliance with the assignments than actually pushing the envelope in terms of design. So there's a compliance orientation in this group, which is understandable, but that's the kind of low-hanging fruit, guys. We need to go past compliance. I appreciate it. Looks like you guys worked well as a team, but at the same time, I don't know if we're getting the right voices around the table about pushing these in terms of design. We're in studio. This is studio. This is about design.
May I say something about that?
Yes.
You mentioned the word design, but theoretically, throughout this entire quarter, you kind of, I'm not saying you, generally, but like you encourage us not to design. So what do you mean by that?
We encourage you not to design?
Yes.
How so? Give me
like for the building, for example.
The building. Which build? What do you mean? What do you mean, Brian?
Units.
Well, you can design without designing a building, I think is what, when we say design, I agree with you, Brian, that we have sort of urged everyone not to design a building. And that's exactly, we've exactly said that. Please don't design a building. We don't want buildings. Like, we want a growth pattern. We want a field of buildings. We want a strategy. We want a design strategy.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that Italo Calvino in Invisible Cities designed a number of cities just in the way he described Marco Polo's adventures throughout the entire world, right? So I think it's about design is much more than just the manifestation of a physical building. It can be the words, this presentation, the diagrams, right? Like, I think that's where it's going to be more successful in the end when you actually implement these ideas into the building, because you have a system in place to deploy and to kind of rapidly design to create more like emergent design rather than being kind of fixated on one single concept. So, you know, for me, I think maybe you're just it's again this like rigidity that we're seeing amongst a lot of the students, that we're just trying to kind of free you up and give you these exercises in place to create a framework for the kind of the second half of the quarter to be able to deploy some of these ideas. But
yeah, I think it's for a lot of us, I think we're so stuck in last quarter and considering what we built last quarter and augmenting that design to go with these sites in a functional way. And I think it's just like like how Don said, like it's a linear building along the coast. I think we're stuck on the idea of like we designed a bar building which is entirely linear, but augmenting that so that it breaks apart now to kind of work with these site conditions and their geometries is, I think, something we need to adapt to. But like I think before today, like thinking about it, we didn't see it that way. We saw it as like, oh, okay, we're trying to design a site for this building that we designed, but that's not the case. Like, I guess now we just have to augment what we have in a way that it works with these geometries of the site and the developments of the site in a way that makes sense, I guess. But I get where you guys are coming from, how it's missing here.
Yeah, I think not necessarily neglecting what Don said, and going off what like OJ say as well. Like, it is a new way to design a site, right? Instead of like, sometimes we're like, we don't know where to place this building on the site, or we don't know how to go about it. And I think, yeah, we did miss the mark. I think these site conditions could really help in developing the actual site and not just the building. But I think we did miss the mark, and it's not just us. Like, we know that it was like a lot of us are missed it. Maybe like how CJ said, we're so stuck on last quarter that we shouldn't just focus on the building.
Mm-hmm. And like we're hearing you guys, like we don't want to like come back week by week with like iterations that are not developed. Like we try, like we definitely mess around with how the site built with the building looked, but I feel like that still misses the mark considering like the idea of what we're going for now. Like after what we heard today, like from the previous presentation, I guess it makes a lot more sense after seeing that and how that developed around the geometries of a site and the understanding and basically the movement of what we're going towards.
Yeah, it's way more clear now.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is. I think the conversation, or at least hearing you guys sort of talking about what you think you did and how you think the project is sort of positioned in the kind of framework of what the project is asking you to develop, it provides real insight. And I think, and this is a really tough one to enter, primarily because I think there's a whole slew of sort of misinterpretations, and I don't want to turn this into a kind of semantic exercise. I would say the field conditions reading, this would be an interesting one to say, like, how often is the term building mentioned versus, let's say, strategy or a kind of approach or method. And I think, without again getting hung up on the term design, you can design a strategy. And I don't think any of that would ask you to say, I need to design a building. Well, fundamentally, this is a question of developing a strategy on how to address particular site conditions. I don't know how to put it in more straightforward terms. I think this and it's a bit disconcerting to, we've had this conversation several times, and I am with Don, we haven't seen any movement on it. So I'm actually really concerned that any of these reviews haven't like produced any change. And I'm trying to figure out where the hang up is. Is it a group dynamic thing? Are we too vague in instructions? Not enough time? I'm a bit puzzled. Primarily because I think it's sort of set up in a way that gives you a lot of leeway to interpret things. But when we get the returning result that there's no movement, even after several conversations, and I think a whole discussion on discussing different approaches to it and how to think about it, I am puzzled to say the least. And look, you guys are burning calories on this, and that's perhaps the frustrating part. You're putting a lot of energy into, let's say, a production of a visualization and all of that, but it absolutely misses the mark. Because I think the setup for the project and the site conditions are so rich for so many different approaches. And so I'm sorry if I'm coming down on this pretty hard, but I don't understand what the hang up is.
I know this isn't my team, but if I could cut in. I think a lot of us had a certain preconception coming into this quarter about it being a continuation. And so we're so stuck on, kind of like what they were saying earlier, stuck on the building that we've already designed. And then we're trying to bounce back and forth between the complete freedom that these projects are giving versus the rigidity of having to stick, I think, of what we're locking ourselves into mentally of sticking with that building. Like, we're not giving ourselves the freedom that you guys are.
Can I also hop in there? Sure. because I think that's a moot point when at no point had they said just install your building. So I mean, the whole thing has been a thought, a practice and thought, and coming up with a condition, which is what we've been talking about the entire time. So to just say that, I think that's a terrible point, especially when like it's being done, you know.
I'm saying that's a misconception that a lot of us are struggling with.
Can I point something
Yeah,
out?
but it's been addressed already. Is what I'm saying.
We had another comment. Might as well open it up
Yeah,
real quick.
yeah.
This is
Yeah,
important. I think
this is
Yeah.
good. I think this is, yeah.
I think this is one of the first group like big projects that we've had, where it's like a lot of ideas are presented, but then it's almost like once you're given an individual project, you have more like motivation. Everything's on you. So once we're given a bigger group project, and it may not be fully clear like what we want to do, and then some people have conflicting ideas, that also causes problems too, just with the group dynamic. Because I feel like we haven't had this far of a developed ideologist, like theory based project yet, if you know what I mean.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is breaking new ground in a lot of ways. It sounds
Yeah.
like for you guys.
Yeah, it's just trying new stuff as a group, and it's the group dynamic. I think we need to learn a little bit more too, at least for my group.
Mhm. And we need to be considerate of that too, I think, as instructors, you know, recognizing that we're doing that. So it is frustrating, I guess, just because we don't see the movement, but I think at the same time, it sounds like you guys are aware of the limiting factors or the restricting factors that are getting in the way, and that's an important learning.
Yeah, I think that we would have produced more work per person individual, but like together as a group, we might have added a little bit more. But in comparison to individual work, I think we probably put out a little bit more. But then again, this is a learning process of how to work with the group, because that's the future of architecture. You're gonna have to work with other people. So
Yeah, exactly.
I think this is a learning process for all of us.
Yeah, and you don't get to choose who you work with either.
Yeah.
You know.
You do when you're the boss.
I guess you're right there, Christian. So I think, you know, I guess we'll just have to kind of measure. Every group is working kind of at a different kind of pace, but we need to. I think one of the criteria that we want to set forth with you guys, and I think we will decide too as instructors at what point do we split into individual work also, but you know, is really seeing the needle mark and showing some reference to the conversations that we've had in the past. You know, I don't know if you guys saw, I mean, I explicitly called out Madison and the Petra Festa group last time for their last class for their observations of adhering to a field condition. So I would have expected to see more groups jump on that. I think I just want to also mention that yes, the bar project, right? The linear project is a feature of one of the potential features of your pre-existing design. But wouldn't that lend itself to a certain field study in which you would apply a certain geometry that would kind of, right, they would embrace the idea of a bar or a line, for example, quote, right, and begin to understand how, I mean, even I was super explicit in my example. No, I used in the example I provided in the beginning, I used a bar. It was a bar that was crisscrossing itself. No. I was hoping you guys were going to make that leap yourselves. You know what I mean? That you would make that connection yourselves.
I would like to add on to that. So since we're talking about last quarter and housing, I recall we spent a week or 2 weeks basically just looking at fields, looking at maybe we might have used different terminology, different vocabulary, but we did look at fields. We looked at how these patterns started to develop with these base geometries. And I think now it's a great time right now to reflect on making the connection between that and what we're doing now. So we looked at aggregates last quarter. Maybe we might have focused on a bar aggregate, but at some point we looked at how that aggregate repeated, multiplied, folded, started to consume a whole field, and to how that relates exactly to what we're doing now. So I can understand maybe your frustration in that when do we get to the building? Because I remember feeling like that when I was in third year, actually fourth year, but third year. Yeah, we'll get there, guys. We'll get there. This stuff's way more important right now to sort of put in your tool bag a way to sort of analyze and come up with strategies.
It's very much going to help our thesis in the future.
Oh, you guys are going to be ahead of the game.
Yeah, and this seems like a rough patch right now, I know, for you guys, but you're gaining the students that didn't take this quarter, forget it. You're going to enter fourth year with some technique, so keep that in mind too. It might feel rough right now, and we need to hold you guys accountable, right? We want to hold you accountable. We don't want to just wash over. You deserve to hear it. You deserve to hear it.
Based off what we learned, I'm sorry to keep interrupting. Based off what we learned, I feel like everybody else should have probably taken it. Like maybe they should have required it because of how important the learning was this quarter.
Yeah.
Well, we are the last class that it's optional for. It's required from here on out.
Yeah. Just a quick, I don't know, like something like that. Like for the T-Squares teams, like we had a struggle. Well, because I think every team has a struggle with their site, because everything's different. Like for us, it's like more like a natural organic shapes and stuff like that. And like we're trying to find like a geometry that can work with it, right? So I feel like every team is having that struggle since every site is kind of different.
Yeah. Right, but the juxtaposition of those field geometries is exactly what that's for, right? Is exploring those different kind of geometries in relationship to the pre-existing geometry, right? That's the whole idea. And like Philip said earlier, it's both. It's reading existing and then creating your internal order, right? Your own internal order for your project. And the only way to really do that is to test it, to try it, show it to others so that you can get feedback and keep growing it. The trouble is when we don't see growth, we don't see movement, then we can't give you much more feedback. There's not much more to respond to. We appreciate your group work. We appreciate you hit the compliance of the assignment, but we can't give you any more feedback than we've already given you in a sense. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Brian, for that question. It opened up a good opportunity.
Yeah.
Totally.
So we're paying attention, and it's a two-way part. One is obviously it's the effectiveness of you guys' work as it relates to the level of instruction and preparedness. So we're well aware of that, and we're paying close attention to this. But we do see if we can move on to the next one. I think we got Green Tea lined up. Is that right? And want to thank you guys for presenting the project too. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you guys. There's a lot of good stuff there.
You put a lot of elbow grease in it, that's for sure.
So Green Tea's next, right?
Yep.
Kyle, do you have the presentation up?
What's that?
Do you have the presentation up?
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you, but you want me to-
Presentation.
Yep, starting with the presentation. All right, let me set
Wonderful.
this up real quick. And include the audio system, desktop. Okay, here we go. PowerPoint. Okay, so our team is Urban Canopy, and our team members are Dallas Johnson, Kaya Wolf, Melissa Reyes, and Brittany Markley. So I'm going to let Dallas take over for the manifesto slide.
We are Green Tea, and our project is Urban Canopy. We reject suburbia while increasing public transportation and decreasing the use of privatized vehicles. We reject mass housing, mass parking lots, while increasing the densification of housing. We reject the urban sprawl and the land that is wasted while we implement regionalism so our buildings go with our environment. We reject mass streets with wasted lanes and instead propose to introduce green and forested spaces and structures that exceed 900 square feet. We reject rigid technology and instead plan to use locally sourced materials.
It says sharing couldn't share a system audio because of an error. 1 second. Technical difficulties. Let me reset the audio back on.
While we have technical difficulties, I accidentally said mass housing, but I meant mass parking lots. I would just like to fix that little mistake I said.
Okay, and then are you still working on that?
I'm all finished. It is next slide.
Okay, here we go. And then my slide is the code amendment. So to summarize the code use, we are opening the allowed uses up to a lot compared to what was done in the code before. Majority of our outdoor recreational activities are allowed, and a lot more uses that have to do with businesses are also allowed. We allowed a mixture of uses because our city is a flex place, and we aim at potentially establishing a central hub where people flock to, and in a way it's a healthier urbanization strategy that we're going after, which reduces automobile pollution. So next are the highlights of the code amending. Basically, we started using the zone for the site as RM3, and we applied our own code called RC, which stands for Residential Commercial Zone Designing. This code amendments are centered around a smaller lot coverage and high maximum structure heights, highlighting our emphasis of building upwards rather than outwards, such as urban sprawl, emphasizing the preservation of green and natural spaces.
As you can see by these images, Urban Canopy has trees all along the ground. No buildings touch the ground except at their supports and central circulation. All of the buildings are raised 30 feet in the air, and bridges connect the buildings to allow easier access between the buildings without having to go down to the forest floor. All buildings have multiple floors in extreme density to allow for a multitude of living and/or working environments. Along the strip of land in the center that used to be a runway for plants, there are now circular parks of all kinds of different types, sizes, and uses. Some of the parks are play parks for children, water parks for children, or skate parks where you can skateboard or roller skate at. And the entire park area is open to the sky. The Urban Canopy is a true oasis within the urban environment. Next up is our video.
The aim of this video was to show what the experience would be like living there, transmitting tranquility with subtle movements, low noise pollution, the surroundings of the area, showing with sketches what could be done alongside real footage. Kaya, you're not showing the video.
Uh-oh, it's not going?
Nope.
The whole time?
Nope, nothing.
Oh my goodness.
I thought it was just my screen.
Hold on 1 second, because I don't know why it keeps automatically like disconnecting. Are we still connected, everybody? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're here.
1 second. Okay, it keeps taking the audio off. I don't know why it does that.
Try sharing your whole desktop screen instead of just one program.
That's what I was doing, but I don't know why it still did that. It's weird. Uh-oh, where did my video photos? Oh no, what happened to it? Second. Here we go, and sorry about that, guys. There we go. You guys hear it now?
We can see it, we can't hear it.
There's not very much noise. There's like subtle bird sounds that are kind of hard to hear in it.
Okay.
Can you hear the passing by of the train right there, or the bus?
Yes, I can hear it.
Okay.
Thank you. That was our presentation.
Okay. So what was the feedback?
Interesting. I would say, we've been stressing the field drawings. It looks like you guys have advanced your field drawings a little bit, which I was happy to see.
But you were hoping a little bit more further on that, huh?
It's something. It's something.
Yeah. But for our
It was
continuation,
interesting, whatever it was. Maybe you know what? Maybe you didn't talk about it enough in the video. Like,
yeah,
'cause
possibly.
it was intriguing. That's the only thing I kept looking at.
I know that Brittany wanted to talk about it more, but we had a limited time, so maybe if we would have like focused on that a little bit more.
It's very interesting.
Maybe had additional drawing of the field conditions from a different point of view or perspective idea.
You got some crazy feedback from somebody.
Yeah. Maybe stop sharing your screen, Kaya.
I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. There we go.
It's audio, something audio.
Is that better?
It's audio. It sounds like
the
a
freeway.
Yeah, it sounds like you're in an airplane or something.
Yeah, it looks like it was Kaya. He muted and it went away.
Okay.
Kaya's having all kinds of technicalities.
Well, I gotta say, I did actually love that movie, to be honest. Like there's something about the like Wes Andersonian like font and pastel, and the silence actually is like pretty kind of thought provoking, and the noise. So I do think you hit the mark on, in a way describing the solution. But yeah, I agree. I think there's a disconnect between the field condition and the proposed solution, I suppose. But maybe you just didn't talk about it, and so maybe I'll just reiterate that.
Yeah. What do you think about the idea of just like having maybe the field condition as its own slide and have a very detailed version of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is for everyone that
it shouldn't be a small aspect. It should be one of the main focuses. So potentially you could have it as its own slide for the field conditions.
I mean, I can't emphasize enough, you guys need to be able to use your drawings to talk about them and as a generator of something to talk about rather than, and I think this goes for studio wide, I'm still seeing a lot of text, kind of the classic like death by PowerPoint where you're kind of bullet pointing the manifesto. And I think it could have been done more through new visualizations that help you gain a new talking point because you, as you're presenting, you're reading your drawings. At the act of drawing itself is a way of thinking and you're producing ideas that in fact you are reminded of those ideas once you see the drawing again. Say on the wall or in this sense in the Zoom video and you have something to build on and talk about. So rather than you freeze up when you begin to just talk, you're not like thinking, you're just reading what you're seeing.
Yeah, we're reading our little skits. It's better to analyze what we've drawn up and presented visually.
Yes, to interpret your own drawings and to just draw. I can't emphasize that enough, to just diagram everything. More
visualization than actual text and context, but still have that to explain.
It's a way of communicating, and as a team, you bring that to the table and you say, look at what I've drawn, let's talk about this, and then you have something physical to kind of jump off from, right? Rather than just talking about the idea. That's important too, but this is studio wide. I just think we need to draw what we're talking about and not to have it be a prompt from us as instructors, but to just, kind of go the extra effort and start trying to get your ideas on paper or in the computer or whatever media you necessary. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, it does.
Something to think about for the future.
It's one of the implications of compliance orientation is that you can't see beyond compliance. That's part of the implication of just thinking about satisfying the assignment. It's like, oh, they asked for this drawing and this drawing, and just it prevents you from seeing past that. And I think that's a good point, Tony. Thanks for bringing that up.
And I think we really lost sight of track of the importance of the field conditions as the basis of these projects.
Yeah, because you guys pulled it off, kind of. You have something there.
We have something, yeah, but it could have been a little bit more focused around the field conditions, I think. But it's only going to get better.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, I mean, I guess that's a natural kind of feature of evolution, right? Like you adapt and see if you get more robust. What's that?
Oh, I was saying every single like project that I've like done past in City College, like I've always slowly like more and more believe the fact that like after I do a project for the first time, the second time I wish I could have done it over again, and then I learned from the first time. It's that idea.
Yeah, but let's see if we can kind of stay on topic here. I think for me at least the highlight of your presentation was the short, and for several reasons. One, I think the flavor of it and the pacing of it, I thought was quite convincing. I think the power of an image and a kind of pause in between, I think sends a really powerful message. And I think it also it displays a kind of restraint from you guys that say, look, there is something in this, and we need to take a breather and look at this. So I think your animation carried a lot of weight, and I think in a good way. Also, I think there's one or two frames that I think do display perhaps the beginnings of how you would actually think of the field in that kind of site condition. kind of the puncturing of the runway into these kind of ponds of activities, right? Like that's a strategy. And then the branching of the building masses surrounding it, I think there's something there. And I have to, like, props to you guys. Every time we met or talked about it, we saw a shift. We saw something happened, right? Like from an instructional standpoint, maybe not enough or not hard enough, but you know, that's our wish list. But at least there was an evolution. There was something that we started from a Revit section and went to something that has ambience and a kind of pacing to it that I think talks about the character of the project. So I think that was really done successfully, and also the creative application of technique within the animation, I think is, you know, that I think that takes guts, right? Like you don't know how it's going to be perceived, right? Like you can get a movie snob on the jury and say like, look, that is like so 1967, or say like, look, you're not using the references properly and so forth, right? We don't happen to be that, right? Like I think we're concentrating on the message and the idea of the project. But the point that Tony made so well on this is that to understand the media and how to use it, and that is sort of the text or the bullet point is it doesn't quite help because it sort of like cheapens your message, and in a way that it's like it can't be reduced to a single bullet point, but perhaps it could be like summarized in a narrative in a short poem, for example, or something that is what carries, right? But I think we're all learning to kind of utilize the techniques and the tools that we have at our disposal to use them effectively, and that takes practice. So I know, you know, teamwork is never easy. You got to sync and coordinate and work together. I see at the end you guys pulled it together in a way. I think that's good. So props to that. And
yeah, we really struggled. I'm sorry to keep interrupting you. I think
I'm gonna start muting you.
I know, start muting like everybody else does when I start talking too much, like Dallas too. But anyways, I think
easy on the Pepsi, Kaya.
What's up?
Easy on the Pepsi.
I know. That's it. I think that we start.
You're muted, dude.
Someone muted you. Well, I just wanted to say I wanted to thank Melissa because she really did a really good job on the video. That's what I'm saying. And I think we.
Kaya's still trying to talk.
Yeah.
Kaya, you're muted.
Yeah. Am I muted now?
No.
Oh,
Kaya.
But
Kaya, that's not fair.
We really enjoyed the whole process of the project, and we're really looking forward to improve even more. I think that's probably what Kaya wanted to say, anyways.
Kaya's still talking.
He's still
muted.
He's still talking.
That's rad.
That means he's not listening either, by the way.
Can we hear from Melissa on this?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'd never done a video before, so I wasn't too sure how to approach it, and not being able to go outside was definitely difficult. So a lot of the footage I had to take from my camera roll, because I'm always taking pictures and videos of random things and just kind of leave it there and don't look back. But yeah, I had to do a lot of that, and then sketching and trying to find ways to animate that. I'd never done that either, so that was time consuming, but it was really fun. And yeah, I mean, I know that I can definitely do a lot more with it, maybe given more time. But yeah, it was fun.
And if I would have known that like you just started, I could have helped you too. But like I have a little bit of video experience that I've been wanting to get back into. I used to make music videos and skateboarding videos.
Yeah, well, you could have said something before.
I know. So you claimed it, and I wanted you to let I wanted to respect that. So it's all right. I can always contribute in other ways. But yeah, we made it as a team. We figured it out, guys.
How about you, Brittany?
Yeah, this project was an interesting one. Learning how to work as a team with people who may not have the same viewpoint as you was a struggle in some ways, but we worked through it and we came to conclusions. And in the end, we did find the problems that we needed to fix and tried to fix them in the best way possible. And we came out with a actually pretty good video that we didn't actually try working on until like close to the last minute. So it actually turned out amazing with the amount of time that it was in. And the rest of our project was pretty good too.
I think there was you guys, if you, on that collage with the field, with your runway field.
Yeah.
If you would have, it would have been so much more compelling. I mean, it's still like, we still are giving you some credit for applying the field, right? Thank you. I mean, really, thank you for that. I mean, I shouldn't have to thank you, but I am. But you could have, gosh, what if you would have taken samples in QGIS of like different like skate parks? You had the slide where you showed the skate park and the little playground and stuff like that. But what if you would have gone around and zoomed around in QGIS?
That's so genius. Like
and just taken taking little samples of these things and just put them right in there, be much more explicit. Like Tony's points, to be really considered is be explicit, don't, be really explicit, be really clear. And that would have been even more convincing if you would have done that. But
I actually did something like that for the actual parks, the play parks. I went into Google Maps and I zoomed around in that and took a screenshot of a scene that I found in there, which is actually Apple Park, and I just cut out the actual building that was surrounding it and used the park that was there.
Yeah. So, what do you think about the idea of implementing like a skate park that I previously designed and incorporating it like in this project with like topography and like kind of the land? Would that help, or what do you think? What do you think about the idea, like where that would go?
I would just be concerned about the production, just considering we have to think about, time as a factor, and just taking a pre-existing. The group, the Petra Festa did that. They took pre-existing images and brought them in. It's okay. It's like a sampling. We talked about that. It's it's like a sample. These are like core samples, and your field reads like these kind of core samples of different activities. So you could just draft them right in from, all over the world,
Gotcha. Okay.
So we're our time is I think coming
up. Yeah. Okay.
Kaya, you want to close it out?
Yeah. Last question. So for that,
no question. Comments. Closing comments.
Okay. Closing comments. Basically, what would you like us to mainly focus on as
That's a question.
That's a great comment.
Sorry. I guess I don't have any more comments, just questions.
As a last comment, we can say, think about the canopy apartments of the future.
I guess what I was wanting to know more about what Don idea was leading to, and where I could take that and implement it.
Yeah. So keep thinking about it.
Okay. Yeah.
Keep drawing it.
Keep drawing it.
Okay,
turn your thoughts into drawings and make that a practice for your life.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then I'm gonna email you directly, Don, because I have a few more questions about that.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Just
Thank you.
put it in the chat.
It. You guys really helped. Because sorry I had so many questions.
It's okay.
All right.
Hey, Kaya,
Green tea.
lay off
Thank
the
you.
Pepsi. Kaya, lay off the Pepsi, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. GBC is next.
No Pepsi past 6 o'clock, Kaya.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
So my
Have a good night.
GBC.
GBC.
Yes, sir.
Hi.
Ready?
Ready.
All right. Hi, everyone. This presentation comes from the Great Big City, aka GBC, consisting of Romeo Calderon, Daniel Vargas, Ana Hernandez, myself, and Herjah Singh.
Hi. Taking into consideration our city's population growth, our manifesto main purpose is to preserve existing infrastructure while providing connections, more housing, and faster transportation. It has been stated that freeways separate communities, and that's an issue we want to address. With this being said, we proclaim the creation of elevated green spaces, the incorporation of highways cutting through buildings, creating connectivity within the city, more multifamily complexes instead of single-family houses in order to provide shelter for more people, bridging across highways connecting communities, and lowering the need of transportation through the freeway. And last, the creation of provoking designs, achieving complexity through layers and layers of simplicity.
We reject the construction of suburban residential communities caused by urban sprawl. We reject the idea of highways going through instead of around the city, causing the separation of such. We reject the necessity of existing infrastructure demolitions in order to upgrade the living standards of community. We reject the use of cars as the fastest transportation method within closed endpoints, causing more traffic. We reject the waste of space, green areas near the highways and utilize them as a recreational spaces such as parks. These are some of our examples how we envision utilizing the space in between freeways, using them for the high density areas, communal areas to connect communities of which are distanced by freeways.
So this is the field condition, the visualization that we got out of our site. So we acquired from structure, landscaping, and we used these sort of field conditions to really hone down on the approach for our code. So next slide, please. So as you can see here, so we used based on the field conditions, we used that as a sort of approach to really hone down on it. So for the setbacks, we decided to keep some of the original setbacks that was in the commercial code. So in this case, we created a new one called CH, or commercial highway proximity. And then back to the setbacks, we decided to keep them because of fire safety. And then we looked at permitting and not permitting certain buildings, such as the manifesto. We decided to reject or not permit single family homes and look towards using more multi-use buildings with combining commercial and residential.
So for our zones, we decided to separate them in 4 different sections because there's all different types of highways. So we separated them in 4 different types. The first being type A, which is a highway, divided highway that has no direct access. That would have a setback of 150 from the center and 80 from the front of the highway, depending on which one's higher. Class B would have the same setback as type A, but this one was also maintain a triangle merging view. Type C is a main highway that has access to driveways, but must maintain a 500 feet distance. And for the last one is type D, that has a setback of 30 from the edge and has no minimum requirement for driveway requirement. Another conditional that we had was to increase the safety of the people inside buildings. So we implemented the idea of having no windows
under 30 feet. And that leads us to our intro to our video.
So, in a world that seems to be so connected, we live alongside some of the greatest dividing masses. The buzzing cars zipping by on roads elevated or grounded create boundaries that disunites our communities. These controlled access roads, better known as highways, cut through our cities and create a kind of disconnect between both sides that does not usually cross the minds of everyday citizens. Fortunately, the young girl we portray in our stop motion is no ordinary citizen. As she gazes off into the distance from her bedroom, she sees a commotion a ways away. Activity, balloons, music, life. As she rushes out of her room and towards this event, she is greeted by a monument of a structure and cars piled into one another, waiting to enter this sacred road that is blocking the girl from interacting with said life on the other side. The highway has clearly created a distraction of interactions between life. This unordinary young girl, of course, did not give up. Rather, she runs back home and gathers her toys in order to create a bridge of existence over this highway to connect the communities together. Fast forward to the future and we are greeted to the sight of a great big city with inspiring architecture, webbing and weaving through and around the highways and buildings of the city so as to connect the purest of entities, life.
Am I sharing audio? Let me check.
No, I don't think so.
Thank you.
Oh man, I love the sound effects too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like screech.
I first of all, a great job on like structuring the presentation. I think the effectiveness of kind of giving us an introduction to like the movie or the kind of setup. I think that was a useful way of diving in or covering a lot of ground, and then using the kind of stop motion. I think was really compelling with the sound effects, at least for me. I do have a sense at the end, I'm sort of like, is there more? I'm like, what? It doesn't quite conclude with, let's say, how it wraps back into like the idea of the great big city, right? Like the initial collage with the buildings, kind of the freeway going through the building, you know, like the power of that. I think so. There's the technique I think is really effective. I think it's a beautiful utilization of a kind of like the hand drawn, the low tech meets kind of high tech. But and one note that I made here is also what if GBC met the big green, like the two projects, right, that essentially are dealing with this kind of like both like transportation and housing in a kind of slammed up way. Like what would that zoning review look like, right? Like when the big green meets you guys, right? Like
Yeah.
what do you get? So just a few things to think about. I think the discussion on the field is missing. I don't know what to add to that. So I think it's your presentation is asking a lot from the animation or the short movie, but beyond that, it's a tough one to kind of get into and understand how the site conditions kind of informed your project, at least for me.
Yeah, and I think that's why you're struggling with the resolution at the end, Philip, because it's I gotta say, I mean, it was a really cool presentation and really well structured. And I think the most compelling aspect of it was that one shot where the little girl is looking back to the highway that's severing between, it's like the cars, the highway, and then the quinceañera or whatever is happening, the party on the other side that she's trying to get to. But then after that, that's I think where you lose us as the audience, and it's cool because it's like she builds this like bridge out of whatever materials, she gets the other side, it's great, but then in the end it's this bridge that just ends up looking like the bridge that's going over I-5 at the S curve from downtown to Balboa or whatever that is right there. It's almost banal in that sense when you have a really rich project that you started off with, and I think that's where the field conditions could be inserted in a way. And I know you are trying to play off, you mentioned the bridge of existence, which is pretty loaded, and you have these distractions of interaction. So you have the good verbiage to back up these ideas, but I think now it's like, okay, how do we execute that?
Yeah.
Yeah, for us, we tried different ways to show how these communities came together, but it was kind of hard to show that with just a couple of images or sketches. So that's where I feel like it made it difficult for us.
I wish you guys would have, how should I say, dispatched your group to have at least one person continue to incubate the drawings. Because we're running into the same situation here with you guys. Is we've been looking at these drawings now for weeks, it feels like, in a sense. That same building right there in that little triangle in between the freeways. The other drawing with the highway running through it. I wish I mean, yes, I commend you for the concept is I think it's one of the stronger concepts too, like in terms of a manifesto. I think you guys get a lot of credit for kind of this idea, right, of separating the community. But now, again, show us that you're going to connect it. Show us how you're connecting it. Like the video showed it, right? But show us through your drawings, through your collage. Like that is a much more radical idea than we're seeing right now in those first few slides that you showed today, which are those slides that we've seen for a while now. So again, we need movement. That's why it's tough to kind of enter this one too, is we need movement to be able to respond to it. Otherwise, we're looking at the same stuff again. So you paid lip service to the field conditions, but that suggests maybe you don't understand you're not reading it in the way that we're expecting you to. And do we hold you to that? Well, we have to a little bit because we've seen some students do it. But maybe there's some clarity that we can provide to you. Hopefully in seeing some of the other presentations that you've seen today, it starts to click a little bit more. right? Like how these geometries can really help you, like, right, confront this really peculiar, interesting site condition. So that's my feedback, is again, just harping on the field thing. We're not seeing it here. It could be such a cool project, right? The idea is very strong. It's there. Let's see it now. You have to really go for it.
I think this was one of the few projects tonight we've seen, or maybe even looked at as with the instructor group, that who's ever putting your guys' graphics together is doing a very clean job, kind of packaging the whole, all the work together. So I'd like to say, like, I think you guys have done a good job doing that, or whoever's in charge of doing that. Which I've seen a lot tonight of people sort of, combining these really, in an architectural sense, beautiful drawings, and then sort of right next to it's a silly template of something like, almost like going back to the PowerPoint kind of PowerPoint template where you have like a little wave or something, or like a funny graphic next to these really kind of like serious, complex architectural drawings. I think you guys did a great job at not sort of belittling your beautiful work a little bit. I don't know if that's the right word, but the graphics were good for me. With your work tonight. The film, to me, it didn't quite pull me in. I don't know what I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting. I liked the story though. I liked the idea. I love the concept of your guys' project for sure. I think you guys have a strong one. It's going to come down to, again, kind of us sort of emphasizing this sort of field to look at how you can start to position your project, which is, coming up, now. So I don't know. Really some good stuff in here. I think overall, again, it's going to come down to this idea of coming up with a strategy for the site, which we keep saying field. And this is definitely some new vocabulary we're sort of shoving down your guys' throat. But it's going to be good for you.
Nutrition.
It's tough love. Eat your vegetables.
I just want to commend you guys on the execution of the video. I guess that's what I was really focusing on, is just thinking about how you did that. That was no joke. So yeah, the story, I agree. Maybe the story was, it got me. I mean, I was brought in. It got me.
Yeah.
How it ended, yeah, I agree. But I was just thinking about, having to draw those frames, how you did. It's very collagey. I thought it was really, really, really well done. So good work on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Unless there's any more comments, maybe we move on to clean and green. Is that right? But thanks you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Well
nice
done.
work.
Thank you.
Green and green or clean green? Green.
Clean and green.
Clean green.
Green.
Green and clean. Clean and green.
Clean your green.
Out of the 9 teams, 5 team names have green in them, huh?
Take us home. Bottom of the 9th.
Oh yeah.
Just want to put that out there. Mine was the first.
What's that?
Just want to put that out there. Ours was the first one with green, just so you guys just put that out there.
Yep.
Green is the new brown.
No, brown is the new green. Come on.
I'm sorry.
If you're colorblind. Yeah.
Where's our group?
Josue, Luis, you out there?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hello.
Yes. So, Josue, do you want to put the?
Yeah, can I share my screen?
Yep. Luis, I think you might have a little feedback, just FYI.
Luis, are you ready?
Yes, so. Yes, so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so. Hi, good evening. My name is Luis Mendoza and my partner is Josue Cortez. And this is our plan for the San Diego 2015. So, okay, so we are presenting to you the residential recreational mix. So the challenge for the city of San Diego is the increased population of 7,000 residential by the year of 2050. The objective of this project is to achieve a minimum amount of 405,000 units for the next 30 years. Concerning the constant growth of inhabitants, we are presenting a feasible solution. So this project offers a new code amendment called Residential Recreation Mix. This new proposal is intended to improve the San Diego Country Club by permitting multiple dwellings unit residential.
I think you got muted.
Somebody muted him.
Oh, sorry. Also, this is a proposal and it's intended to improve the San Diego Country Club by permitting multiple dwelling units residential. In addition, it will allow shopping center for convenience in a residential neighborhood with recreational parks and sport courts. The residential recreational mix is needed to renovate the current land utilization classifications to permit subsequent residential expansions to classify new residents. Okay, so this is our vision and these are the zones specification for our vision of our zones. So here you can see where we locate our project. Okay, so for our manifesto, we reject the R1 single-family residential height zone due to the lack of space to accommodate sufficient occupants for the year 2050. We proclaim that change to remix to benefit the increment of density of dwellings, all while promoting acceptable price tags for new homes. Also, we reject the private sole usage of the landscape for the golf course to provide a desirable utilization of the landscape. Also, we proclaim to use the remaining of the landscape for public recreational activities such as parks and sports courts. And we reject the R1 single-family residential usage strictly to dwelling units. And we proclaim to provide occupants with basic retail and grocery stores. And we reject the current FAR ratio of 45% in R1 single residential to expand the allowable building area for the residential dwellings. And I can see this one. And we proclaim a rear setback restriction of 40% while adding the additional 10% to the front setbacks. And so basically, right here we're presenting the dimensions of our lot. So here we can, in this one we're just showing the dimensions, and in the second one we are showing the actual placement of our proposals. So here you can see our commercial zones are located right here, and our residential are going to be right here, and the park and the sports center are going to be on the middle of the lot. And the second one, this is a diagram that shows the height, the maximum height of the zone, which is 84, and the height of our building is going to be 75, and the commercial building is just 15 feet high. And yeah, so Josué, do you want to continue with the rest?
Yeah. So, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
All right, cool. Sorry. So for our field conditions, we chose to extract fairways, green areas, and walkways. We're gonna be using the fairways quite a bit, especially the outer limits of the fairways, facing the other residents, just to not get in the way with the other golfers in the middle of the field. For our green areas, we're gonna be using green areas. So if golfers do want to, golf around our area, they're only going to be allowed to putt in the green areas. That's the closest aspect of the game that could get close to us. And for the walkways, we just wanted to maintain them to keep just a good flow of travel. And this is our amendment for the residential recreational mixed. The purpose of this is mainly to have multiple dwellings and have a commercial retails to accommodate for the occupants for whatever they need. Let's dive into some of the specifics. For the permitted uses, the residential recreational mixed zones allow dwellings on any lot. The zone are only permitted in the furthest outermost fairways that surround the golf course. Only putting range will be allowed. Accessory and uses of building. No more than one additional person will be allowed in the dwelling unit for the number of bedrooms in each dwelling. Parking stalls are limited to one dwelling each. One may request a second parking stall with a conditional permit. Commercial stores shall have their own parking stalls. For the high regulations, the previous diagram showed that the maximum height is 84 feet, cannot exceed that. For the commercial, it's 15 feet. And for the specifics on setbacks, it's going to be the front 15, exterior side yard 10, the one side 10, both side yards 10, rear 20, and the minimum lot area will be 5,200. Minimum lot width 30. Specifics on the setbacks. The minimum distance between residential dwellings and commercial stores shall be 15 feet apart. For the floor area unit, 400 square feet for each efficient dwelling, 520 square feet for each dwelling unit having one bedroom, 650 square feet for each dwelling having two bedrooms, 1,040 square feet for each dwelling unit having 3 bedrooms. Fence shall be set around the sports courts areas of need for protection against accidental hits or other hazards that might harm either pedestrians and residents or property areas. For the floor area ratio, let's see if I can move this out of here. Construction of dwellings or any remodeling or additions to existing dwellings shall have a floor area ratio which limits the maximum building area to 60% of the lot. The floor area ratio calculation shall also include the square footage of the balconies and other accessory buildings. Here's a little development process we came up with.
we're supposed to have sound, but I don't know what's going.
Oh, there's no sound.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what happened there? Oh, that was it.
Okay.
All right. Well, good job on putting together this presentation. I know it's difficult with just two of you in a group project, specifically when a lot of your cohort had 5 students or whatever in a group. So it's commendable that you put this together. But I don't want to sound like a broken record, but just the kind of corporate slideshow with the template and the kind of point by point, it just gets a little bit sterile in that sense, and you kind of lose your audience. So for me, this is just another example of more images would have helped your point. But then again, it's we got to go back to the field condition, guys. It feels almost offensive in a way to have dropped down this project into a golf course that there's a lot of ways you could read the golf course in terms of topography, in terms of, say, the direction of play, right? There's a lot of kind of metadata stored in that, and it's loaded. But to just kind of throw down the recreational rectangular kind of site plan, it really misses the mark in that sense. But I do have on a positive note, I do like this kind of slideshow, even though it was missing some of the music towards the end, not the slideshow, but the animation of you kind of scrolling through the golf course. I think as a technique could have been really cool. In the end, it kind of ended up looking more a bit prison-like, and I think that's from you trying to design the parking and the chain link fence, and I think you get just you are over designing this, and you're getting so rigid in your own zoning that you need to just loosen up and go back to those field conditions and see how the kind of mass housing, the module, the grid system, the methodology from last quarter can be superimposed within this kind of charged field of that. But yeah, those are my comments.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm not going to sugarcoat this. I think but I want you to maybe take note of some perhaps useful pointers here, and that is, it has to do with just moving forward, right? If the challenge is to present 5 minutes of, let's say, an idea in a format that is engaging, or say your role is to communicate to an audience that is, let's say, has a working knowledge on sort of some of the terms you might be using to describe zoning and so forth. So I think you kind of miss, and I'm talking you as a team, on almost all fronts. And I'm going to try to unpack this. And one is, I think the part that is really tough to take is like, this was close to 10 minutes. So being able to be aware of time and practice the delivery, I think will be really good. And let's say the format to present us with, let's say, close to 7 slides of sort of small print code language. If you want to kill an audience, that's how you do it. And I'm not going to sugarcoat this. This is, if you want to convince people of an idea, I would say this is not how you would do it. One is time it, use the power of the image. You're a designer, you can design this. And you have to be able to be aware of like who you're talking to, not us as instructors, but if you know you have the floor for 300 seconds, use them wisely and hammer home a point. Because I think the project in itself is a good one for you guys to kind of tee up. The golf course, as we know, I think we've had a lot of fun discussing this project. But in a way, it's sort of, it never reached a point where it's remotely interesting, to say the least, and it misses even on the field discussion. Like, so I don't know how to like package this, but I want you to take this lesson in terms of, when you're asked to present something, use it as a design challenge. What's the best and most convincing way I can communicate an idea? Reading through small print lines is not how you do it. The credit goes to you guys as a team of 2 to take on a big project. But I think we knew that going in, and it wasn't a lack of feedback that could have resulted in something that will be quite provocative. I agree with Tony's assessment of, let's say, some of the visuals are actually resembling prison-like conditions with chain link fences that are 10 feet tall.
I see. Thank you for the feedback.
There was movement, at least. You know, we noticed you have changed the project, so you have gone that direction, but it's not. I don't know if that change. I don't know if that was that even considered a change. I don't know what kind of risk it was to superimpose a basketball court onto specifically a basketball court, onto a golf course. And in some kind of crazy way, I like that. I like that. That's quite crazy. I love basketball. But if it's, I don't know. I mean, what if you had taken shots of like New York City street ball and placed it in here, but take it seriously as, if the idea is to integrate like the public into this design, then show us that, if it's about kind of grafting in like inner city street ball into this, but then show us how that might work. Show us some opportunity there. Maybe, there's something quite radical about I think the collage that or the visual, in a sense, of like this kind of reality of this kind of, right, the bulldozers and this and that. I thought that was quite encouraging. But then it just kind of became, yeah, I mean, then we you know, the feedback provided earlier is quite straightforward. It turned into, instead of an opportunity, it just closed us right off into some kind of weird render land. So, and again, I know that's might maybe be a function a little bit of your limited team power, but it's also just a limit of the view of the imagination to some degree. But I would love to see like Allen Iverson playing basketball on somewhere out here somehow. That would be pretty rad. But so there is promise. I think there's something promising about that idea. It's just being sensitive now. Again, why is it so hard to get you guys to just design something that's out of the box? I don't know what we need to do to get you guys to. I'm just saying everybody, not just you, but not just everybody, but specifically some people. How can we get you to get out of the box here? And I know that's a cliche, but I think it's useful to think about here. I don't know how to proceed necessarily. There's some promise in this kind of radical juxtaposition of like an inner city kind of scenario, if that's what you're trying to draw. But then kind of like trying to degeneralize it, you know, reduce the profiling of it into something that seems doable, that seems right, realistic in some way, believable, romantic even. So lighting, field conditions, contours, it's such a romantic landscape. No, like I think let's see you guys, you know, let's see you guys start to think about that landscape in perhaps in those terms. Maybe we have to start throwing the word beauty out there a little bit more. I know it's a very general term, but maybe we need to kind of reintroduce that term just so that we can enhance some of the romantic features of the potential here, some of the romantic potential within this kind of site, the golf, the links.
I see that.
That's my feedback.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I love that idea, Don. That's a really good point about, it's almost like just the simple act of you guys superimposing the basketball court was a way of you, when you created that drawing, it was a way of you reading this idea of public and private. And just the superimposition of that, like that already creates like a really compelling dialogue, but we're lost kind of in your presentation of the zoning amendment. So I would, you know, kind of latch on to that idea and really explore the implications of like, what does it mean to, within a very private golf course, a high-end private golf course, to then insert the public realm in between it? And is it abrupt, or do they play together in a sense? Is it in between? And then how does the housing also, you know, is that the bridge between the public and the private in a sense? I don't know, but I think that's where it goes back to like reading what you've produced and saying like, okay, we have an idea here, and it's just, okay, how do we convey that information through a thoughtful, structured presentation? I think you guys just need to be a little bit more radical of your ideas and just take some chances.
Okay. That's a good point. Thank you.
I mean, I think everyone's sort of said everything already. I did, you know, I guess what I see, this is more content that we haven't seen. Yeah, I think it started. I think the sort of perspective of driving around in a golf cart actually could have been a really cool thing, and perhaps it's just underdeveloped as a concept, because I think it could be really interesting. As far as what you were trying to convey there, there was a lot of repetitive shots of the fairway and the green before it actually got to sort of this evolution of this new community. So I bet if you would have had a little more time, that could have been something really interesting. As far as the rest of the presentation, yeah, I think, you know, knowing how long something is supposed to last, knowing how long you're supposed to spend on each slide, very important to sort of dial that stuff in for presentations, because this kind of stuff can get mundane when you start talking about code stuff. That can really lose an audience, even us, and we love that stuff. So I don't know, guys. I think at this point, like one of my instructors told me when I was in school, it's like sometimes you just got to latch onto one thing about your project that you're excited about, and that one thing's got to carry you for the rest of the quarter. So I'd kind of ask you guys to kind of like, what is that one thing with this project? What is it about housing, or what is it about your site? And at the end of the day, that's got to be exciting enough to you to make you want to see this through and develop it. Because I can tell you this, when you're working on a project, you know, if you're not excited about it, or if you're not into it, they can go for years. This has only been like 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, something. So find something that excites you about this project, whether it's the amenity spaces, the open space, whether it's the actual placement of the buildings on the site, and just kind of you know, ride that element to the end, and just go nuts with it.
That was a really good comment. Thank you for that.
Okay. Yeah, maybe just one last thing. I think what we just witnessed were 3 very constructive and precise entry points on how to think and look at your proposal here, right? It has everything to do with latching on to something that is compelling, and I think that's solid advice. I'd encourage everyone to keep that in their mind. It's you know, you'll produce the best work if you're actually excited about it, and it's finding that. So I think just the landscape in itself is so rich of a golf course. But again, it's not for me to kind of unpack how I look at it, but I think for you to take note of what about the golf course, right? And in many ways, this is probably the most dynamic field that I think we have in terms of site conditions. It's already so loaded in terms of field-like qualities. So anything that you do on there could be viewed that you're sort of either manipulating the existing field, or it's about a field on top of a field, right? Like that you can agitate it to the point where it disrupts, or you can go with the field. I think the golf course has so many field-like conditions, and maybe the starting point could be like draw the golf course for what you would extract as field-like qualities. And I don't think we need to go through the extent of unpacking all the different qualities that we pointed out already, but I think for you to find points where this is what this is for me, and keep going with that.
Also, too, guys, housing is a lot. Oftentimes, if some of these exercises are feeling a little abstract, maybe not relatable in some ways. Put yourself in an end user's position or a resident there, and sort of create a narrative from a timeline, like from when you wake up to when you go to bed. What does it feel like to live there? Like, what do you do? Do you walk? You know, just a different way of thinking about it. You're still going to be tasked with doing the drawings, right? Fields and stuff like that. But if you're having a problem connecting with this project, sometimes I'll, you know, what does it feel like to live there? What are my expectations of living here? What does it feel like? You know, hour by hour, like when I wake up, what do I look at? What do I see? Like, I don't know, just another way of thinking about it, maybe to kind of, you know, pull you into the story a little bit, like make it personal, like get into it.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's another sound point. Like if you think of like the feature of the golf course, it's like you don't really see the golf course. You actually hear it, like the teeing off of the pinging off your driver, right? Like that's the thing, right? Like that's, if you live there, you hear pings all day long. Just
Right.
imagine the world.
True.
4-letter words here and there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that a pun, Don?
Well.
So it looks like we're at the end of all the presentations. So thank you, Louise and Josue.
Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Let's see, maybe in conclusion, perhaps we can spend just a few minutes to kind of tie some of the key points together here. I think a couple things that stood out for me is, I think the vast majority really managed to produce compelling visuals and narratives through, let's say, the use of the animation or the format of the animation. I would say really hit the highlights for me. I think there's some really innovative ways of applying this to an idea of urban intervention. We already probably know that maybe some of the underdeveloped parts had a lot to do with the clarity of let's say, the field-like environment, or how this project engages the field as a generative piece, not as a kind of reactionary piece. So I think I thoroughly enjoyed the format. I'd say for close to everyone really managed to, let's say, get ready, have the files ready, shared. I think you guys are turns into sort of a bit of a second nature, right? I think the audio always is a bit of a challenge, understandably so, but I think this was an engaging and lively kind of event. I'd love to return to this kind of format. It's engaging. I actually like the kind of format and the structure and how you guys took that on. So props to everyone for delivering on pitch, right? 5 minutes of solid content, and unrolling this in a kind of multimedia way. So I think that really resonated with me, and I'd love to continue this format. Gives us some ideas for final review too.
Yeah.
On a tight timeline, also worth mentioning. It was a pretty tight timeline.
Yeah, we managed to stick to it for the most part.
Yeah.
Right.
Quick turnaround. Yeah.
Maybe just some housekeeping. We'd request that all of you upload the slideshow, either as a PDF or the PowerPoint, however you have it. I mean, just export it as a PDF if you have it in some sort of PowerNote or Keynote. And also the video. So upload those to the team's Spring 2020 board in the submittals file. I created a folder for City Labs and all your individual teams. So just drop these presentations in there, because I think this is going to be really valuable for the archive. A lot of good work and discussion tonight. So nice work, everyone. So I really liked this format. This was fun.
It's fun. Cool way to talk about a project, present a project.
In some regards, it feels like just the beginning, right?
Yeah.
It's like we got to now is like all of that work just kind of now I think it's starting to click with everybody too, like for some, there maybe some are already there, but I think today was a big kind of eye opener. And if we have to keep talking about like the field again, if we have to keep talking about why it's important to show movement in your project, you guys just simply aren't paying attention at this point. You know, I can't imagine us saying it any more than we already have. So I'm really excited about what's happening. If it's a matter of technique, if part of the question I always ask myself when we're not seeing movement is it a lack of technique? Is it a lack of just feeling confident about a specific technique? And if that's the case, you guys need to contact us because we don't know. We wouldn't know that innately. You guys come to the table with a lot of different skills and a range of technique and a range of aptitudes. We recognize that, but we want to level the playing field here by the time we're done with this quarter. So make sure you get in touch if you want to get in touch with me specifically, or if you want to leave it in the chat. If there's something specific that you don't know how to do that's limiting your ability to generate these visuals, as Tony had talked about many times, the visuals is what we use to understand your project and to help us design. If those things are getting in your way, let us know, because that's where we can step in and help. Writing, we need to get better at writing in general. You guys are better auditory than writers in most regard. So I think we're going to continue to ask you to write. It's a lofty. I know it's lofty to ask a studio to be like right, like an English class, but you're going to thank us later. Anyways, and you're wondering why we did all those manifestos in the first quarter. I think we need to do more of that, Philip, in the first quarter, like more writing. We need to build more writing into the whole studio, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, short and concise. Yeah. So that's I think hitting the main points. Yeah, absolutely. It's like building a muscle, right? Sort of building muscle memory of being able to extract kind of the main points. I think it's I would consider this valuable advice to even as you read through complex texts, that being able to extract kind of salient points is a real art, but it's important. So yeah, on that note, and I know the question is lingering there. So what are we going to do between now and Wednesday? Yeah. Everyone hear this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, what's for Wednesday?
What's that?
What's for Wednesday?
What's for when? Thank you, Christian. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better. What's for Wednesday? So Tony announced the project already. Upload your presentations to Teams, to City Labs.
Okay. I thought it was something else. It's like, wait a minute.
No. So it's an acknowledgement of all the work, how hard you guys all worked on getting this ready for today. Use this to consolidate the files, clean them up if you need to, right? Submit the package that you want graded. So do that. I think we're also going to post a recording of today's conversation and presentations. I know this sounds perhaps a bit painful to do, but I would encourage everyone to re-listen to your presentation. That is hard. That is like looking yourself in the mirror. Did I really say that? Yeah.
Take a breather, guys, and read Stan Allen again. Read Stan Allen again. Just do it. Just do it.
Read all the references that he puts in there. Like, at least look them up.
Just do yourself a favor. Just get to know that. You know, we're not gonna let it drop, guys.
No. And Yeah, we'll get ready for another launch on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice work, everybody.
Nice work,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Good work.
Good job.
Take it easy, guys. Take it
Yeah,
easy.
take it
Yeah.
easy.
Thank you.
Get
Thank
some
you.
sun.
Yeah, get some sun.
We'll try.
I didn't think they struck me as getting pasty. I think the people are getting enough vitamin D.